All right, SPD is here. SPD is here. You guys are just gonna have to deal with me setting up here for a minute.
This is Lieutenant Long of the Seattle Police Department. Under the authority of the mayors of the city of Seattle, Park Superintendent J.C. O'Brien, who are now advising that the Park Department closes This is an active park work zone that is closed to the public. You have 15 minutes to remove any personal property, including tent and pallet, or anything that remains in the park.
All right, Malcontents. SPD is here.
Arrested for criminal trespass. Please engage the park premise now. Any material left behind will be removed by the city. Item that can be stored will be kept up to 70 days.
Bicycle cops are here. Helicopters overhead.
Please call 211 or contact Resource Tents currently located on Broadway between the Allen Central Bookstore and the Activity Center.
And I am just working to get set up. Give me a minute here.
This is Lieutenant Long of the Seattle Police Department, East Precinct, under the authority of the mayors of City of Seattle, Park Superintendent A.C. O'Brien. You are now.
For those tuning in, we are live. We are at Cal Anderson Park in Seattle.
This is an active park work zone that is closed to the public.
The Seattle police have announced that the unhomed have 15 minutes to remove all of their belongings.
You may be arrested for criminal trespass. Please vacate the park premises now. Any material left behind will be removed by the city. Items can be stored. Will be kept up to 70 days. If you are interested.
Can you guys all do me just a favor? Can you just rip my backpack off for a sec? Well, not rip it off, but you know what I mean. And yeah, thanks. Yeah, I gotta get my helmet. Bear with me, Malcontents, almost there.
Under the authority of the mayor of City of Seattle, the Park Superintendent, A.C. O'Brien, we are now advising that the park closes park for maintenance. This is an active park work zone. This is closed to the public. You have 15 minutes to remove all personal property for entity in the park area obstruct the walk of the park employee, you may be arrested for criminal trespass. Please vacate the park premise now. Any material left behind will be moved by the city. Items that can be stored will be
Almost there, Malcontents.
If you're interested in helping support, call 211 or contact the resource tent currently located on Broadway between the Seattle Central Bookstore and the Activity Center.
All right, Malcontents, we are live. We are in Seattle.
This is Lieutenant Long of the Seattle Police Department East Precinct. Under the authority of the Mayor of the City of Seattle and the Park Superintendent, A.C. O'Dwyer, we are now advising you that the Park Department has to close this park for maintenance. This is the active park zone that is closed to the public. You have 10 minutes to remove any personal property, including tents and pallets, or anything that we make, in this park area obstruct the work of the park employee. You may be arrested for criminal trespass. Please vacate the park premise now. Any material left behind will be removed by the city. Items can be stored, will be kept for up to 70 days. If you are interested in housing support, please call 211 or contact the resource tent currently located on Broadway between the Seattle Central Bookstore and the Activity Center.
All right, so here's the situation between the announcements that are coming. I might have to piece this out.
This is Lieutenant Long of the Seattle Police Department East Precinct. Under the authority of the Mayors of the City of Seattle and the Park Superintendent, Jesus O'Dwyer, you are now advise you that the Park Department has closed this park for maintenance. This is the active park work zone that is closed to the public. You have 8 minutes to remove any personal property, including tents and pallets, or any that remain in the park for obstruct the work of the Park Department employee. You may be arrested for criminal trespass. Please vacate the park premise now. Any material left behind will be removed by the city. Items that can be stored will be kept up to 70 days. If you are interested in housing support, please call 211 or contact the resource tents currently located on Broadway between Seattle Central Bookstore and the Activity Center.
Okay, so let me give you a little just quick rundown between the announcements. Wednesday, it was believed there was going to be a sweep. The common belief is SPD showed up here, didn't realize how many people were going to be here, and the barricade situation. They knew about the barricades, but probably not to the degree that they were. And the belief is they said not today. An individual filed a lawsuit with the federal court trying to block the sweep. Yesterday afternoon at about 4:30, the federal court would not intervene and would not block the sweep. At about right at 7:30 in the morning, SPD bicycle officers arrived, and it is very clear that they are here to sweep the park. They are giving the unhomed 15 minutes to pack up all of their belongings and move out, or they will be considered in trespass and they will start the sweep. They are not...
This is Lieutenant Lauren of the Seattle Police Department East Precinct. Under the authority of the mayors of the city of Seattle and Parks Superintendent Casey O'Brien, we are now advising you that the Parks Department have closed this park for maintenance. This is the active park work zone that is closed to the public. You have 5 minutes to remove any personal property, including tent, pallets, or anything that remain in the park and obstructing the work of the park employee. You may be subject to arrest for criminal trespass. Please vacate the park premise now. Any material left behind will be removed by the city. Items that can be stored will be kept up to 70 days. If you are interested in housing support, please call 211 or contact the resource tent currently located on Broadway between Seattle Central Bookstore and the Activity Center.
So now they're saying 5 minutes to go. I've been firing off on Twitter, but I will say in a couple of minutes, there won't be any more tweets from me because I'm just going to have to be concentrating on everything that's going on. I am going to go ahead and move back at this point, because the one thing I don't want to have happen is when they advance to essentially be told to take a hike.
Seattle Police Department East Precinct. Under the authority of the mayor of the city of Seattle, Superintendent Casey O'Brien, we are now advising you that the Parks Department have closed the park for maintenance. This is the active park work zone that is closed to the public. You have 3 minutes to remove any personal property, including tent and pallet, or anything that remains in this park or obstruct the work of the park employee. You may be subject to arrest for criminal trespass. Please vacate the park premises now. Any material left behind will be removed by the city. Items that can be stored will be kept up to 70 days. If you are interested in housing support, please call 211 or contact the resource tent currently located on Broadway between the Seattle Central Bookstore and the Activity Center.
What street was that? Broadway? You fucking dork!
Hey, what's up? I'm doing good. It's going to get interesting in a few minutes. So what's happened is I've moved a little closer, well actually a lot closer to where the barricades are. There are a number of people here that are moving into the barricade area. As you can see, there are tents that are here related to the unhomed. And they're not leaving.
Under the authority of the mayors of the city of Seattle,
What I want to do, and here's another one. What I want to do is move my position.
that is closed to the public. You have 2 minutes to remove any personal property, including tent and pallet, or any that remain in the park area or obstruct the work of the park's employee. You may be subject to arrest for criminal trespass. Please vacate the park premise now. Any material left behind will be removed by the city. The item that can be stored will be kept up to 70 days. If you are interested in housing support, please call 211 or contact the resource tent currently located on Broadway between the Seattle Central Bookstore and the Activity Center.
It has been raining here, and I can see that the lens I'm gonna just dip the camera just for a second. Hopefully that helped a little bit. The rain has stopped.
They said 2 minutes is like 90 minutes.
Right? And if I look over here, yeah, we're ready. If you look over here, you can see there's a lot of tents. The unhomed are not packing up to move. And there's a number of people now at this point that are moving to the fringes of the park.
This is Lieutenant Lang of the Seattle East Police Department East Precinct. Under the authority of the mayors of the city of Seattle, Park Superintendent Jesus Aguirre, you are now advised you that the park department has closed this park for maintenance. This is the active park work zone that is closed to the public. You have to leave now. The 15 minutes have expired. For anybody
they're
that
declaring
the
now.
park obstruct the work of the park employee, you may be subject to arrest for criminal trespass. Please vacate the park premise now. Any material left behind will be removed by the city. Items can be stored, will be kept for up to 70 days. If you are interested in housing support, please call 211 or contact the resource tent currently located on Broadway between the Seattle Central Bookstore and the Activity Center.
All right, so there you go. You've heard it. They've declared the park closed. And at this point, all of the media people that are with me, and there's multiple media people here, are moving their locations. Chris, how are you? And so we're going to go ahead also and kind of move a little closer to the edge. There are now, if you can kind of see like these lights in the distance and all, that's SPD that is lining up. So for those of you who are just tuning in, we are live. We're in Cal Anderson Park in Seattle, where the Seattle Police Department is getting ready to start their sweep. The homeless encampment I think you could probably hear the chants that are behind. I'm going to turn around here. But what I'm going to do, I have the camera behind me, but I'm looking in the other direction because I don't want to have my back to SPD. But what you're looking at is the encampment, for the lack of a better word, that is behind me. And that area is fortified with multiple rings of fencing. There are dozens of people that are behind the barricades that have been built, as well as maybe 50 unhomed people that are in there. And they have made it very clear that they are not going to leave of their own free will, I guess is the best way to put it. This has been an ongoing issue here at Cal Anderson Park. The unhomed have always been in this park. Well, when I say always, for years, but certainly not to the degree and the number that are here. The city of Seattle says that they have offered alternatives and beds. When we talk to the unhomed people, there's people we've talked to. What they've told us is that sometimes some of them have reached out And what they've been told is, well, there is nothing available because of COVID. The other thing is, what we've been told is that there, despite the fact that there has been some offers for housing, those offers have been very temporary. So in other words, it isn't something that, here you go. This is like, it's 30 days. SPD cruisers are showing up in force now, and we are moving in that direction. Sorry about the bouncing, I'm running. Behind you.
Fucking cowards too. Shame on all of you. You're all afraid of the community, motherfuckers. On the sidewalk, leave the area. It's our fucking neighborhood. What do you mean leave the area? On what law? Leave the fucking street? I want you to humiliate me.
SPD has started breaking down the mutual aid station. SPD is breaking down the mutual aid station, and more officers in riot gear are showing up at this point. And you can kind of hear glass breaking in the background. That's SPD breaking up the items in the mutual aid station.
We're in crisis. Who need help? Who need your help? Right now.
SWAT vehicle is here. Bearcat is here. And SPD is basically preventing press, media, anybody to see what they're doing, which is in violation of the 810 TRO. The 810 TRO allows press and media to see what is going on unless they declare an unlawful assembly or a riot. There has been no declaration of an unlawful assembly or a riot.
They're here. You need to move east beyond the church or move to the north. Okay, so we have this area. What's wrong? We're on the sidewalk. Shut the fuck up. What's wrong? You're live. You're live on camera. What is your regulation that you're working with? You don't even know. You shouldn't even be alive.
On the sidewalk.
You're hearing SPD. They're telling people to push off from the sidewalk.
Based on what law? There has been observations.
There has been no riot declaration. There's been no unlawful assembly declaration. And from the 810 TRO, the 810 TRO issued by the federal court says that bona fide press has the right to report on the news. If the city of Seattle doesn't want to have on camera the police destroying food and clothing that was set up for the unhomed, then maybe the city of Seattle shouldn't be destroying food and clothing set up for the unhomed. And it's really that simple. So if you're just tuning in, we're live. We are in Seattle.
No, we're not going anywhere, motherfuckers.
If you're just here, we're live. We're in Seattle. We're over by the Mutual Aid tent on 11th, which is on the east side of Cal Anderson Park. And SPD has shown up in massive force, which was to be expected today, and they are starting their sweep. There are members of the SWAT team to my left.
You have to go north or you have to go east. Pick one.
Are you declaring an unlawful assembly or riot?
You need to go north or east.
The
right
810
now.
look, the 810 TRO says that
Just
the
go
press can
right now.
report.
It's not that hard. Just go north.
I understand that,
Right
but
there.
the 810 TRO says that I can report.
You can report right there.
What do you mean? What? Right there? There you go. We went farther north.
Go home to your children and be shameful of what jobs you have. Think about it. You're lined up with the Nazis that we all killed. Think about that. Yeah, you look at it, think about it.
All right, so what we're going to do, which is why we have poll cam, camera's going up.
That's why they're not investing that $5 trillion. They're waiting for a more comfortable investment environment. Worldwide, they're sitting on $50 trillion because they're waiting for a more comfortable investment environment. The largest investment fund in the world, BlackRock, is 60% cash right now. 60% cash. That's a $7 trillion fund. 60% of cash because they're waiting for a better investment environment. And they took $1 trillion of that and gave it to people.
All right, so we've moved so that you can kind of see into what's going on within the encampment itself. I have to dip under some trees. I'm just dipping under some trees, y'all, because I've got it up really high.
This is Lieutenant Lowe with the Seattle Police Department. You must leave the block now or be subject to arrest. Again, this is Lieutenant Lowe with the Seattle Police Department. You must leave the block now or you're subject to arrest.
So SPD is now in the encampment. That sounded more like a firework than a flashbang. So SPD is sweeping through the barricades. SPD has swept through the barricades. It's a little hard. I can smell like some burning plastic a little bit, and I see some smoke in the background. And I can smell some burning plastic.
You leave the court! My park, fucker!
If you're just tuning in, we are live. We are in Seattle. SPD at about 7:35 this morning arrived, gave everyone 15 minutes to pack up and leave. There was no apparent activity to pack up. Here are some SPD bike officers. SPD bike officers are moving northeast and north. And now they are moving full north after being along the barricades. More SPD officers are moving through the encampment. King County helicopter is overhead. There is smell of some burning plastic smell. And there appears to be something that is smoldering. If you were just tuning in, you are live. We are in Seattle. SPD is starting the push of moving people out. SPD is moving people out of the park, and they are moving them east onto 11th. King County helicopter continues overhead. SPD appears to have gone in and searched this tent. And you can see here where SPD has come through the barricades. If you're just tuning in, we are live. We are in Seattle, where there's been a sweep of the encampment at Cal Anderson Park. SPD has moved in. They moved in at about 7:55 in the morning. King County helicopter is flying overhead. That is King County helicopter that is flying overhead. You can see that there are a couple of officers that are moving around in the encampment. And they seemed disinterested in me as opposed to the others who are sweeping the park. So SPD came in and they swept these barricades aside. I'm now kind of standing on the edge of the barricades. It actually appears like I could do a walk through. There appears to be a person who is an unhomed individual that has come back into the camp and is trying to get their belongings. King County helicopter flying right overhead. What's up? And we are inside the encampment. There are a couple of other people that are in at this point. There are multiple SPD officers. If you could probably see them off in the distance. But there are SPD officers at Nagley by the stairs that go up to Broadway. And there are multiple tents and belongings that are still here from the unhomed. If you're just tuning in, we are live. We are in Seattle. We are in Cal Anderson Park, where the Seattle Police Department came in and did a sweep of the homeless encampment. The barricades were removed down in several areas. SPD is coming in now behind, and they're going to start pushing people out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to exit out this way, and we're going to walk across. And, you know, again, on the... And as I've... And here is SPD, and they're pushing people out. I'm going that way. I'm signaling to SPD that I'm the direction I'm heading and that I'm pointing in the corner that I am leaving the park. I actually can't leave in that direction, so I'm going to have to leave. I'm literally just going to say to these guys, hey, I am walking out. So I'm walking out. I'm walking out. I'm walking out. I'm walking out. I'm walking. I'm keeping going. I'm walking out, guys. I'm walking out. So what they're doing, the SWAT team is going through and searching the shelter house. I'm walking out, guys. I'm walking out. So what you're looking at now is mutual aid, where mutual aid was. And earlier we could hear the items being broken. Things have definitely settled down. I'm going to drop the camera. They're continuing to do their search and sweep of the shelter house with an armed officer coming through. Things have definitely calmed down a little bit. And this initial kind of, hey, you need to get out of here, you need to get out of here, has stopped. Is there a PIO?
Yeah, there is. Just a second, okay?
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. For those of you who don't know, PIO is Public Information Officer, and they're getting me a PIO. So when the PIO gets here, we'll get a statement from the Seattle Police Department. If you're just tuning in, we are live. We are in Seattle. We are we're on 11th on the east side of Cal Anderson Park. At 7:34 a.m. today, Seattle police arrived on the north end of the park with a large contingent of bike officers and their LRAD unit. They announced that there was 15 minutes to clear the park. They did basically a countdown. They did 13 minutes, 11 minutes, 8 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, and then they announced that the park was closed. They then started to move almost immediately, with officers coming in from the south side of the park and also from the central park. Here is the LRAD unit that's just pulled up here. And despite the fact of the large number of people that were here in block, it appears that the concerns of a big action really did not happen. The barricades came down pretty quickly. SPD went through there. Most people have moved out. If we can get a statement from the PIO, we will find out if there's been arrests and how many. We didn't see anybody getting arrested. Here's a contingent of SPD bike officers that are coming by right now. The encampment has been cleared. The SWAT team is doing a methodical search of the shelter house. If you're not familiar, we walked by that later. Shelter house is at the center of Cal Anderson Park. That was fenced off and the doors welded shut on September 1. And activists went through on Wednesday, tore down the steel plates and broke into the bathrooms, and we're looking to try to turn the water back on so that the unhomed would have a place to use the bathroom. So I'm trying to see if we can get a PIO over here, which is a public information officer. Honestly, I don't know at the end of the day if they're going to talk to me. So there is a card here that have had both doors kind of beaten in right where the door handles are. And I don't know exactly what's happened with that particular car, and we're trying to figure that out. Bike officers, what they're doing is they're going through and they're doing rounds through the park. And now bike officers appear that they're getting ready to do a sweep through the park. I'm going to stay roughly in the area because we're waiting for a PIO. Here's more bike officers that are coming through. Yeah. I'm just letting them ride by, and I'm moving. I get it. If you're just tuning in, we're live. Actually, we got a good shot of the Bearcat right here. If you're just tuning in, we're live. We are in Seattle. That is the King County helicopter that you hear flying overhead. SPD has done their sweep of Cal Anderson. SPD has done their sweep of Cal Anderson Park. There was only one boom. I don't know if that was a flash bang or if it was a firework. It was pretty echoey. By the tone of it, it could have been, it's like it's 50-50, I guess. So what's going on, what we see here is that is the SWAT team's Bearcat that you're seeing off in the distance. And they have been doing a methodical search of the shelter house. They were doing that search when I walked through. We were in the encampment earlier after police had swept through. I'm kind of hovering in the spot because I've asked for a PIO. They tell me a PIO is coming. My experience is sometimes it takes a while for that PIO to come. There almost appears to be an ambulance or a fire truck that's here. Over the weekend, Seattle parks, I don't think I'm going to be able to cross the street here. Over the weekend, Seattle parks put up notifications that Cal Anderson Park was closed and that the unhomed had until Wednesday at 7:30 in the morning to leave. Activists built a series of barricades around the homeless encampment.
I'm Sergeant Husick from Public Affairs. I was told that somebody wanted to speak to me.
Yeah, Sergeant, I would love to get a statement from you if that's okay.
What are you asking about?
What I'd like to know is if there have been any arrests and what's the next action that's going on.
I know that there have been arrests, but at this point I don't know how many because they've occurred at multiple locations around the park. And so I don't have a count as to how many arrests have been made at this point.
So what are you going to be doing next from here now that
we are here in a support role to the Seattle Parks Department? We will providing scene security while the Parks Department cleans out the park.
So if somebody here was unhomed, how are they going to go about getting their belongings here? I know you made the announcements.
They need to contact Seattle Parks Department, and there's a notice that has been posted, and it also will be. We will have it posted on the SPD blotter that shows people how to get their property back, but the Parks Department are the ones that will be holding property.
Are there other people here from the city providing information on how unhomed can get temporary housing or what next steps are?
I'm not sure if there are any representatives from HSD or their private contractors on scene or not. I can't confirm that. I can't deny it, but I can't confirm.
Understand. Any police officers injured or any reports of injuries from officers at this time?
At this point.
Okay. Thank you, Sergeant.
You're
We
welcome.
appreciate your quick statement. Thank you.
Step back in.
So, public information officer from SPD. We were able to ask a few questions and get a quick statement. What we're going to do is we'll walk behind this line here. Bike officers are coming through. There was what appeared, I guess it's a tow truck. I said there was something earlier, I said it appeared maybe an ambulance, but I think it was this tow truck. So, SPD is saying that there were arrests. The PIO said he did not have a number. They also said they were not aware of any officer injuries. What I'm going to do there's another SWAT Bearcat vehicle over here and a vehicle being towed. My guess is that this vehicle was put in position to block this intersection.
Hey, just so you know, he's just gonna back through here.
Okay. Yeah, appreciate it. I don't want to get run over either. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep walking the perimeter because I want to get around to the other side of the park. But again, what my presumption is this vehicle that's getting towed, I don't know. I am assuming that this vehicle had this intersection blocked off as SPD came in to do the sweep of Cal Anderson. If you're just tuning in, we are live. We are in Seattle. We are at Cal Anderson. We're at 11th and Pine. For those of you who've been following this story for months, this is the intersection that people probably associate with the Western Barricade. And what has happened here, 7:34 this morning, SPD arrived. They came in with a large contingent of bike officers to the north with the LRAD unit and with another group of officers on the southeast side of the park. There were announcements made that there was 15 minutes to clear the park. The announcements largely went ignored as far as we could tell. Again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move to try and get around to the other side. I've got to dip under here. There's more SPD bike officers. What they're just doing is circling the park. I just got to dip here. We were able to get a statement from the PIO, Public Information Officer. For those of you who are like, what the hell, you're talking to the police? If you don't know this, We're officially been approved by Google News as a news source. That is not like, oh, an AI decides it. It's a manual process. They look at your website, they look at your content, and they make the decision if you're a news source or not. A little more than a week ago, we became a bona fide news organization. And so, we're trying to make that very well known at this point, because lots of people like to go, oh, you're the fake press. If it opens up doors and we can expand and enhance the story, then why on earth would we not do it? It appears from what we could see and hear that there wasn't a particularly strong resistance from the activists and people in Black Bloc inside the encampment. So what I'm doing, we're now on the west side, heading north. These barricades largely remain. King County helicopter is still flying overhead. There are some members of the unhomed. Okay, if I go like this, I'm not gonna, because I really try not to shoot the homeless. But if I go like this, there's an unhomed person out of frame to the left, so at least I can be respectful. But there are people in the unhomed community that are trying to still gather up their belongings. So what we're looking at here is the encampment. And again, the barricades are mostly down. The sound that's going on here behind me, I don't know if that is the city or if these are, because there's a lot of construction that's going on around here to begin with. So what I don't know is if these are city employees who are reclaiming these barricades, or if these are just these are construction workers that are reclaiming the barricades from their construction projects. This area, this road here in Nagley at this point, where the stairs go up to Broadway, this was a point that was barricaded. And I'm not going to show it out of respect, but there's an unhomed individual here. They look so forlorn, and they are just frantically trying to pack the belongings that they could save. Let's see. Wow, is it really only 8:30? This feels like a couple of hours have gone by. It seriously feels like a couple of hours have gone by. And it's only been 30 minutes. And things have calmed down a point. If you're just kind of following on Twitter, things have calmed down to the point I can actually probably squeeze out a couple of tweets. So what's going on is some of the unhomed, I can hear them talking right now, and they are trying to get into the park to try to save some of their belongings. Again, I am not going to show the unhomed out of respect, but there is a person to my left, and they are trying to pack up their belongings. If you're just tuning in, we are live. I think I have just experienced the longest 40 minutes of my life. When I went and looked at the time, I could not believe that it was only 8:33. I would have told you it was like 10 in the morning. At about 7:52 is when I looked at my watch. Seattle Police Department started their sweep of Cal Anderson Park. It happened, the sweep itself only took a matter of minutes. Because what are we at, right? They started at 7:52, it's 8:37. So it moved really fast. SPD clearly came in from multiple sides. Barricades were swept away and moved. I could, oh no, that's not the lights on. I was gonna say I could see lights on in the shelter house, but that's incorrect. When we were walking through, we have some video of that. That's King County helicopter flying overhead. SWAT was going through and doing a methodical search of the shelter house. The shelter house, let me turn the camera. If you can see that building where it says BLM and then another building behind it, that is what's known as the shelter house. You know, if I editorialize for a moment, because I've really been in journalistic mode, shoot, I can hear, well, there actually appears to be a little bit of there's some smoke that's appeared. I don't know if you can see that on the camera, but there's some smoke that's appeared on at the edge of kind of what was like a little fountain area. It's really wet here, so it's not like anything is going to get out of control. It's rained, light rain most of the night. The rain did stop just like right as the sweep was going to begin. And right now it's just cold and wet. You know, a little pause for the cause at the moment here. Something that you could do if you appreciate the independent journalism, if you appreciate our coverage. Number one, something you can do is you can spam some hearts for our mods and admins that are monitoring our chat on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. If you're on Facebook or Twitter or Periscope, I know you can spam hearts. If you are on Twitch, you could just type in a big long line of hearts. There's an SPD officer that's kind of wandering down here. My guess is he certainly looks like he's looking for the unhomed people. They are not actually here at the moment. He does have a can of pepper spray at the ready. And yeah, he's definitely looking for the unhomed people that were over here just a couple of minutes ago. You know, my guess is that the helicopter, you know, called it out. What I will do if they come back through again is I'm just gonna let them know it's friggin', this is literally an unhomed person trying to just rescue their belongings out of a tent at this point. I think what I'll do is I'm going to go back around. It's a very, very complicated problem. You know, I'm now in a place where we can do probably a little more background discussion. The city of Seattle, especially if you're new to the stream, if you're new to the stream or you're new to the Twitter, you're new to the Facebook, let me give you a little history. The city of Seattle spends about $1 billion a year with a B trying to resolve the homeless issue here in Seattle. And the reality is that if you take the number of people that are unhomed, which is about 12,500 is the estimate, and if you take $1 billion, that comes out to about $85,000 per unhomed person. And there's really nothing to show for it. And people that live in Seattle will tell you the one thing that I've said multiple times that I don't understand is why there isn't more outrage, bipartisan outrage, left and right, on where is that $1 billion going. And I really don't understand why there aren't more people demanding from the Seattle City Council and the King County Council, because King County has their fingers in that pot too, going, where the hell is $1 billion a year going? There are American families that live pretty well off of $85,000 a year. The trucks that you're hearing behind me are just, when I say just, I'm not minimizing construction workers. There is a ton of construction that's going on in Cal Anderson, around Cal Anderson Park. And so that's what you're hearing. And, you know, obstinately, the park is closed, right? Remember, this is why they did this. The park is closed. Nobody is supposed to be in the park. The sweep isn't done by 15 minutes. And the residents of Cal Anderson are already back in the park. And you're seeing it here. And this is the part that infuriates me, infuriates the advocates, right? It reeks of hypocrisy. You know, is the park closed or isn't the park closed? You could tell when I'm tweeting because I get quiet. Well, since everyone else in the flippin' community is just walking through the park like they own the frickin' place. Yeah. That was SPD saying get out of the park. Amazing how it works, right? Again, you saw the video, you saw it on video, where the good citizens around Capitol Hill are already in the park and walking through. And you saw it on the video. And I'm not bitching about me being told to get out of the park. That's not the point. I get it. Park's closed. But if the park's closed, why isn't it closed for the white tech bros that are walking through the park? And this is the inequity that infuriates people in Seattle. All right, this looks like city parks down here. I'm not sure what they're doing here. I see on Twitter that people are asking me questions. All I can tell you, if you're on the Twitter, the easiest way for me to answer your questions is to jump on the live. And I can respond on them there. It's really challenging for me to type, walk, etc. So I don't think this vehicle here has anything to do. No, they're something to do with communications. They're pulling cable or fiber or something. So again, what I believe is that construction workers came in and they took the barricades that were blocking the road here back. This wasn't here before. So there were barricades here, you know, kind of like these orange traffic barricades that were here. This has been left behind, which you're seeing here, by the construction workers that took their barricades back. Over here, the unhomed aren't over here anymore. This is where this homeless individual was kind of trying to frantically pack their stuff. This is where clothes and other personal belongings have been left behind, probably because they're soaking wet because it's been raining. One of the things that came up in the court when the issue of having the restraining order on the sweep done is that the Seattle Parks Department and the city have said anything that is soiled, broken, or wet will not be stored and will be thrown out by the city. And so the reality is basically everything, because we're in Seattle in December and the judge asked that question. So basically anything that's left behind is just going to get thrown out. And, you know, when I talked to the PIO earlier, we had an interview with the public information officer, and I asked him, you know, is there anybody here from the city that is doing direct outreach? And the PIO didn't know. Now, it isn't to say that they're not here, but the city was saying, oh, we'll have outreach when we do this. And you ask a pretty simple question from the public information officer, and you get the, I don't know. And it's Seattle, and you know, it's on the record, fine. What, I give so many people the benefit of the doubt, I really do, on all sides. I think that's actually why people are like, well, I think this is why people from the left and the right watch, and I piss them both off. But I generally do try to give everybody benefit of the doubt. There's the MSM. If you're just tuning in, we're live, we're in Seattle. We are on the south side of Cal Anderson Park, walking on Pine towards the East Precinct. At 7:34 this morning, Seattle police arrived in a very, very large group on multiple sides of the park. They announced that they would be closing the park in 15 minutes and would subject people for arrest for trespass if they did not leave. At about 7:52, that's when I looked at my watch, at least on the north end of the park, is when it appeared that they started to move. So SPD has 11th basically blocked off at 11th and Pine. I was hoping I would be able to go back up this way. That's why I walked over here. If you've been following the stream, you know that I've been able to kind of move freely back and forth for about the last half an hour. But they look open for business. One body cam on, officer in the center is the body cam on, the other two don't appear to at this point. As I was starting to say, at about 7:52, when I looked at my watch, they started their sweep at the park. The next time I looked at my watch, and I mean, it was like all was calm and it was over. And here you go. This is why they have it closed off. Here comes the garbage trucks. And here comes the City of Parks employees. And here comes a long convoy of City Park vehicles, including a garbage truck. And they are going to start their cleanup. And they're going to start throwing everything out. And that's what's going on right now. And here's another garbage truck. So this is a very long convoy of Seattle Park vehicles that are arriving up on 11th. We're at 11th and Pine. If you've been following this story for months, you know that this area is known as the Western Barricade.
Fuck you, I beat your ass! I beat your ass! I beat your ass!
Seattle Parks employee was taking a picture of the people driving a Parks employee vehicle with neither hand on the steering wheel while they were doing it. Here is another garbage truck.
What happened to that pandemic aspect? What happened in January the 4th? No, we don't care about that.
Here, there's a long convoy.
All the stuff that we bought for our neighbors, our community.
There is a long convoy of Seattle Parks Department vehicles and at least 4 or 5 garbage trucks. There's another garbage truck that is behind me. So in the span of 1 hour and 7 minutes, we've gone from the sweep starting to the convoy of garbage trucks and vehicles arriving.
Fucking idiot. Learn how to read a fucking sign. 913. Who's the commanding officer of this operation?
And there are bike officers coming in behind. SPD officers are blocking the crosswalk. I'm hoping to be able to get across the road, but right now the crosswalk is blocked.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Top of the morning.
Yeah.
rolled up, and all of a sudden, it was just going down the same second.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, I'm here.
Yeah, 7:34 is when they started the announcements, and 7:52 they started, and hour and 7 minutes later, the garbage trucks are here.
Yeah. I know, I just walked through the field, and nothing's packed up, nothing's
No, well,
reserved, nothing's being saved.
we saw some unhomed people that were coming in, trying to get their stuff. A single officer came over. He had pepper spray ready to go. He had the blue dye pepper spray in his hand. The unhomed people weren't there at that point. He looked around for them. They left. I looked around for them to just, because they were kind of going back and forth with getting their stuff, and I just wanted to say, you know, hey, I would call it, but I didn't see them anymore. There's a bunch of stuff.
I did some evac and then came back, and there's a huge presence all along the east side blocking the park, but nothing on the west side.
Oh, yes, and that's where I just came from, was the west side.
Me too.
A lot of them keep putting their hands on their guns like they're about to shoot us.
This isn't a war. Why are they dressed to prepare for war?
Excuse me, what's your badge number?
Here's a SWAT team and the armored Bearcat. And it looks like the Bearcat is leaving. My guess is they have completed their sweep of the shelter house building that we saw going on earlier. What I if you were just tuning in, we are live. We are in Seattle. We are at Cal Anderson Park. The sweep started, they arrived at 7:34. The sweep started at 7:52. And we got a chud. We got a chud yelling.
Y'all do this all the damn time.
I will say, if he had stayed on the gas a little longer and actually slid into the East Precinct barricades on the live, it definitely would have been amusing. So it looks like SPD has cleared the sidewalk. I'm going to go ahead and cross the street. It looks like they're letting people cross. However, they're not allowing anybody to head up on 11th. I guess what okay, that's why they've got it blocked off. So I just was told that the SWAT team is at Yellow House. I was just told that SWAT team was at Yellow House. What I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to see. It's interesting. The other side, they really don't have anything blocked off on the west side. On this side, there is a heavy police presence on the east side of the park. On the west side, there is only a couple of officers. I am now on 12th, East Precinct building behind me. I suspect 12th and Denny's going to be closed off. If you're just tuning in, we're live. We're in Seattle. Seattle police did their sweep of Cal Anderson Park, which started at 7:34 this morning. A couple of SPD officers there. And that's what I figured. There is a massive presence up here at Olive. Morning. What's that? And if I kind of stand here, you can see down Olive with a shot of the shelter house and mutual aid. So earlier, we were 1 block down. And again, my guess is that when we head up to Denny, it's going to be the same situation. It's going to be blocked off like this. And now I feel like I should have stayed on the west side of the park. This happened so fast. 7:34 SPD arrived. 7:52 when I looked at my watch, they started the sweep. The next time I looked at my watch, it was 8:33 and it was all calm, and the garbage trucks arrived at 8:59. This happened really fast. We're going to go ahead and just keep moving. But as I said, what I suspect is 12th and Denny will also be blocked off. 12th and Denny is where Yellow House was, or is. If it is blocked at Denny, I'll go up the next block. Well, we will find a way back to the edge of Cal Anderson. If you're just tuning in, we're live. We're in Seattle. Oh, wow. Actually, I'm surprised. Can get down this way. And so that's what we're going to do.
Well, they were here about 30 minutes ago.
See if I can get under this tree. I think I have to dip the camera. Yeah, interestingly, SPD does not have this area blocked off. I think what I may do so what's going on now? Seattle Park employees are getting into They're suiting up to start going into the park and start their cleanup. So we've gone from 7:34, Seattle police arrive. 7:52, the sweep starts. I would say about 8:25, you would say the sweep was fully over. 8:59, garbage trucks arrived. 9:10, Seattle City Parks moving in to start their cleanup. And I actually feel at this point I can take my helmet off. So where SPD is right now, this was kind of the primary gate in and out of what I was referring to on Twitter as Fort Cal Anderson. That's King County helicopter. It's flying really low right now. I'm just gonna let it get past. It's so funny. I'm like, okay, I can take out my hat and helmet. I kid you not, right? You just heard me. Oh, I can take my hat and helmet off. I've had it off, what, 20 seconds and it's starting to rain again. So the point there, that was kind of the main point of entry and exit. There were multiple points of entry and exit, but you could call that area where the bike officers are leaving as that main entry of area of entry and exit. There is a random microwave oven just here on the ground. Not exactly sure. It's been broken to pieces. Not exactly sure why that's there or how it got there. I don't know if that is an unhomed person or a Parks employee. They're not dressed as a Parks employee, but you know, what we've been seeing is unhomed coming in and out of the park, and then the police coming in and kind of chasing them off. And this individual, this may be why, because we saw this earlier. So this individual may be drawing attention. I have a feeling this is an unhomed individual that's here. And we saw this on the other side about 15 minutes ago, where King County helicopters started circling very tight. And then officer came over. That is going to be my guess on why the helicopter seems particularly interested in this spot. And the individual that was in there appears to be recovering some tools. They were moving with very specific purpose, so you know, like they knew where exactly they were. And we're seeing this kind of in little pockets around the park where people are trying to recover their belongings. One of the things I'll start talking about again is just drop a little local history, particularly if you're in our national audience. Actually, before I do that, because if you appreciate independent journalism, if you appreciate what you're doing, there's a couple of things you can do to show you appreciate what we're doing. Number one, let our mods and admins know that you appreciate the great work that they're doing on Twitter, Periscope, Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. If you're on Periscope, Twitter, or Facebook, you can spam those hearts out, and let those mods and admins know you really appreciate the work they're doing, because they're paid in hearts. The next thing that you can do, particularly if you are new to us as a news organization, you can bookmark our website, malcontentnews.com. You can like and follow us on Facebook. You can follow us on Twitter and Instagram. You can subscribe to us on YouTube and Twitch. The other way that you can help us is help defray some of the costs that we have, data costs, equipment costs, safety gear costs, so we can continue to bring this independent journalism. We are ad-free, except on Twitch, because we have no say in it, but we're ad-free. We want to stay ad-free, and the way that you can help us there, you can Venmo, or you can become a patron. And one of the mods or admins, it's the Malcontent on Venmo, and it's the Malcontent on Patreon. And those are ways that you can help us. And with that, let me go ahead and give you a little bit of a history lesson as we look at this shot here. Seattle has been spending more and more in an attempt to address the homeless in Seattle. In terms of pure numbers of homeless, so not per capita, pure numbers, only the city of Los Angeles and New York have more homeless individuals than Seattle does. Seattle spends about $1 billion a year, along with King County, addressing the homeless issue. That comes out to about $85,000 per homeless person. And the city really has, like, literally nothing to show for it. Here you go. This is what your $85,000 per homeless person in the city of Seattle is getting you. If you live in Seattle, regardless of how liberal or conservative you are, whether you are black bloc anarchist or whether you are a 3%er, this should outrage you. The waste should outrage you. And it isn't that the way, I'm not saying, like, don't read into, oh, you're saying spending, I'm not saying spending money on the unhomed is a waste. But this is what $1 billion a year is getting you, Seattle. And I don't understand. I really don't. It's like, where is the outrage? Because the city does a really good job of directing people to be outraged at the homeless and the homeless advocates. But it's a deflection. Because what they're really deflecting is their own failed policies. And Jenny Durkin, in a few days, when this park is clean, what's going to happen? There's going to be pictures released of all the damage. We were talking about it on Wednesday. We showed some of it. We put it up on our Twitter. We were talking about it on the live. And we were showing some of the activity for the people to go, he always turns the camera, which is BS. We showed and if you watched Malcontent Happy Hour yesterday, we put a gentleman who spoke for about 9 minutes, and we played his entire clip. And man, I mean, he just spoke, one sec, oh, okay, that's a reflection. I saw something for a second and I thought there was a fire starting, but it's just a reflection. But they're gonna deflect. And the way that they're going to deflect is they're going to go, look at all this damage, look at what we had to do. You know, we're going to have to spend hundreds of $1,000s or $1 million or maybe $2 million cleaning up the park. And that's what everyone's going to be outraged about. That's going to be the story. And that's the story that the mainstream media is going to carry. The story they're not going to talk about is how this is $1 billion a year. This is what $1 billion a year is getting you, Seattle. I mean, again, I don't care if you're a friggin' chud watching the stream right now. You should be shaking your head, going, what the hell? And this isn't like, oh, it's liberal tax and spend, but this is where liberal tax and spend comes from, this concept. This is just gross mismanagement of resources. $85,000 a year per homeless person. $24,000 a person, $2,000 puts a roof over their head, electricity, basic cable. When I say basic cable for internet, you really, oh no, they don't need internet. The schools are fucking closed. They need internet because how are their kids gonna do remote learning? So they need frickin' internet. Electricity, gas for heat, $2,000 a month. Remember, that's per homeless person. So if you have a family of 4, you don't need friggin' $8,000 to put a family of 4 in a flippin' apartment. It's outrageous. $1,000 a month to feed them. And that's a lot of friggin' money for food. So now what are we up to? $36,000. $2,000 a year for clothes. Now we're to $38,000. Medical insurance and copay so they can get the mental health and alcohol and drug treatment they need. Let's say $20,000. That's $56,000 a year. Job training, tuition at a community college, GED, vocational training. Let's say $24,000. Diversion, right, so now what are we up to? We're up to 40, so we're to 64. I'm still not to friggin' $85,000. Another $18,000 for criminal deferment, lawyers, parole officers, court. Now we're starting to approach $85,000. Do you see the friggin' problem, Seattle? Do you see the problem, United States of America? Do you see the problem, Washington State? And King County in Seattle continues to add tax upon tax upon tax. Oh, we're just gonna add 0.2% here, 1% here, 0.1% here. And I'm generally for this stuff. But I'm sitting here watching this right now, unfolding in front of me. And I'm just thinking to myself, $1 billion a year? And this is what we're getting out of it? Screw that. I think the city of Seattle and King County has a lot of questions that they need to answer on what the hell is going on here and where the fuck this money is going. And yeah, I just dropped the F-bomb. Because again, remember those numbers that I did, that I only think I got myself to about $76,000. I know there was a malcontent out there that was adding up those numbers I was rattling off. Maybe I got up to about $76,000. Remember I said $18,000, that's for court officials, blah, blah, blah. So there's a social worker there. And remember, it's not 1-to-1. If we took that $18,000 and you say you have 10 people, that's 180 friggin' grand per 10 homeless people to pay a flippin' caseworker to just look at 10 people and help them navigate. That's fully burdened, baby, if you got $180,000. Fully burdened as business talk for their health insurance and benefits and pension plan and everything else. This is outrageous. And I don't understand. I think I'm talking to the truth to anybody who's listening to me right now. And again, what's the story going to be? They ruined the shelter house. That's going to be the story. You watch. That's going to be the story. They trashed the shelter house. We don't even know if it can be repaired. Shelter house got trashed. I could see a little bit inside when I went by. And I mean, that's the right word to describe it. But I said on Wednesday, part of the fault of that, I think, is on the city. We interviewed multiple people on Wednesday in the neighborhood. And we interviewed people from the far, far liberal side. And I'm pretty sure the woman that was at the Yellow House press conference that flipped out and was dropping F-bombs and all, I'm pretty sure we actually interviewed her, right? And so that's somebody very conservative leaning in their views. Every single person that we talked to basically said the same frickin' things. Including also the man who talked for 9 minutes that we gave the platform to, that we ran that video on Malcontentment Happy Hour. On our Twitter, if you go to our Twitter, Malcontentment T, if you scroll down maybe 10, 15 tweets, you will find that video clip that we put up there. That's unedited and raw. What you're hearing is the garbage trucks that are starting to enter into the park. Nah, you're good. You're with AP or Reuters? Local, okay.
Local tiny.
Oh, Real Change. Okay, I know who Real Change is. Malcontent News. We're local.
Well, that gives the impression I think you might be making money. None of it might seem to be doing it, huh?
Well, I mean, this is certainly more rewarding than.
You're not making any money either.
No.
No, it's because you think you ought to be here.
Well, that's exactly. I mean, this is history that's going on here, and someone needs to document it.
I mean, the real thing is I want to document.
Well, and I don't blame you, right? It goes back to, as I said, this is history that we're seeing here.
I wish I could have gotten here earlier.
So it looks like there's some park employees here that are maybe inventorying some items. And I see another individual back here with a clear bag. And it looks like there's an individual with a phone that is maybe taking pictures. This is a broken up 10 by 10 pop-up cover that right now what they're doing is it appears like they're trying to break it down. And basically, you know, the cleanup has begun. Now, one of the other things that may have potentially happened, I'm going to go ahead and move. Well, obviously you can see I'm moving. So what they're clearing here right now is this was the mutual aid station here. So what was here was food, clothing, toiletries, and the pile of trash that they're kind of clearing on the left, that was all in trash bags, and that basically was the packaging and the food scraps, that people were done eating and all that were put in trash bags. And you can see that most of it is in trash bags. How do I know it was there? Because this morning when I got some lukewarm, very strong coffee, I put it in the trash over there. King County helicopter continues to fly overhead, I believe. If you're just tuning in, we're live. We're in Seattle. The sweep of Cal Anderson Park started at 7:34 this morning. At 7:52, Seattle Police Department moved in multiple sides on multiple directions. Despite the barricades and despite what we witnessed and documented in our news story on Malcontent News of caches of rocks, broken pieces of bricks, and we knew there were fireworks, there was basically what appeared to be no resistance. We did hear there were some arrests. When we talked to a PIO, the PIO did not say how many. They said it would be up on the Seattle police blotter. I asked the question because I wanted it to get on the record if any police officers were injured. I was told to the best of their knowledge, no. There was a reason why I asked that question. All I can say is that there's been situations where there's things that I know that I can't share. When we were down here earlier, and SPD was just moving in a mutual aid and we had our camera here, we could hear the Seattle Police Department breaking items. We could hear shattering glass and items getting thrown on the ground. That is on our live. And so, again, what's happening here is the clothing, the food, the resources, like you can see a shelf is going in right now. That shelf was there as part of mutual aid. There were apples on the top shelf of that and some other fresh fruit because we had appealed for fresh fruit. They're throwing it all out. SPD threw the stuff on the ground and smashed it. We could hear it, you could see it, it's in our live, and now they're just throwing the resources out. Here's a good example, right? Here's a table. Now, the claim was nothing broken, nothing soiled, nothing wet. There's a perfectly good table there that somebody could probably just sweep with their hands and it would be clean. You just saw it go into the back of the garbage truck. They're not saving anything. And this has been what they do. This is $1 billion a year, Seattle. This is $1 billion a year, America. This is what your $1 billion a year is getting. If you live in Seattle, I really don't understand why you can't make a phone call, send a tweet, fire off an email to your city councilor going, what the hell are we spending $1 billion a year on? Because here's the banality of this. The unhomed are going to be back in this park in a week. Max. Max. You know it, I know it, and they know it. SPD bike officers coming by, and they're continuing kind of their fast patrol around the perimeter of the park. It does look like maybe things are getting a little interesting down at 11th and Pine. I may go walk over there. There's a pretty, well, now I don't know. I looked down there a minute ago and it looked like there was a fair number of people. And now I don't know. And I don't know how much of 11th and Pine is blocked off. I'm gonna walk over here. The worst thing that can happen is I could be told, hey buddy, you need to go somewhere else. There is a massive contingent of vehicles, Seattle Parks vehicles, parked on the ball field at Cal Anderson Park. So this is down on the south, almost at the southeast corner of Cal Anderson. And it looks like a Ford showroom down there. Yeah.
It's pretty nifty.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you buy that somewhere or what?
Well, it's just a painter's pole.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, just a painter's pole.
I'll be dead. Okay.
So it's just been heavily modified for camera purposes.
Yeah, I was doing all this shit. And I just trust you how to go down and bring up on city council and mayor too.
Well, you know what? That's what we were just telling people. We were literally just saying that 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that.
We're tired of this shit. This belongs to everybody, not just a fucking chosen few. I got flyers on me right now. I came up plaster, recall Savant now, but with everything going on, I can't do it. Tired
Right.
of this shit.
When you say you're tired, what do you mean when you say tired of this shit?
The homeless problem, man, but it just
That it's not getting addressed.
it's not. They ignore it. I think they encourage it.
They spend $1 billion a year.
Not only that, there's got to be. I overheard. I used to be homeless until I got housing on Belfort Place.
Yep.
There's somebody around the country encouraging people, homeless people, to come up here because it's free crime, free living, everything. And I think that Savant is behind it. You want a flyer? Here, I got one in my hip pocket.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this the recall Swant?
Yeah. Follow the blog. It's called Save Seattle.
Here, we can take a picture of that.
Sure.
Whoop. And there we go.
Yeah. You know, they need help, but no help at all. It's fucking it's
Right.
out of control.
Great, right? This is a great example of what we were talking about earlier. I'm on the live. I'm talking to the audience. This is a great example of what I was talking about earlier. You can, we were just talking about this very thing, and I totally agree. I think everybody agrees. But to your point, people need to be blowing up the phones, the email boxes, and the Twitters of the city council and of the mayor.
Recall doesn't matter. I hope it gets to the point where everybody gets so fed up and say, fuck, this experiment's over. And start fucking it out.
Well, something's got to change because this isn't working. Because the thing is, they're going to be back in this park in a week. And you know that. And you know that. And we're going to be doing this again in 3 months.
When you ask the council members for a comment, you ain't gonna hear nothing.
Right.
No comment.
Right.
Well, stay safe out there.
You too. Thank you. So there's a group of officers. We're behind that line. There's a group of officers. Here's an individual that has a less lethal weapon. A launcher of some kind. I don't know if that would be for, I'm not up on my less lethal armaments. I just know I don't want it pointed at me and the trigger pulled. It would either be very spicy or hurt or both.
How you doing?
Good.
Who are you with?
Malcontent News.
Okay, can you do me a favor and go on that side of our line?
Sure.
Perfect, thank you, sir.
Yep. That was SPD asking me to move on the other side of their police line. Coming in behind you. I just don't want anyone surprised. They asked me to move this way. I'm just coming in behind y'all.
Appreciate it.
Oh my goodness gracious. Hey. I'm okay. How are you?
No serious injuries.
Yeah, I got a chance to interview a PIO. I asked for a PIO to come over, and they had one come over. We were told there were arrests, but they couldn't tell me how many.
So far, we know of at least 10. Or with those 4, 14.
So they just arrested 4 more. Okay, I wasn't aware of that. So I'm hearing 14 from some of the medics that are here in a supporting role. I did ask them if there were any officers injured, and I was told not to the best of their knowledge. Because I know they like to try, so I just wanted to get it on the record. I asked them if there was any resource officer or anything, because I know there's not the navigation team anymore. And I got, I don't know, which to me is no.
They were claiming there's a resource tent set up on Broadway next to a CC. Based on people who went over there,
There's nothing there. Yeah, that's what I had heard also. Yeah. Right, and they said that there was nothing there. I personally think, but we've seen that strategy before, and I think all that strategy was just to try to get people to move out of the park and to come back there and find nothing, because they've done that before. They went through what we caught over at Mutual Aid. SPD came in, we could hear breaking glass, and so they were just smashing the food and everything over there. We've got that on camera, and we got on camera them just throwing everything in the dumpsters, including things that, according to the way that the rules of what should be and shouldn't be thrown out, we documented items that shouldn't be thrown out going into the trash dumpster.
And now they're going to claim that everything is wet and
Of course,
damaged.
right, which
So
we.
at this point, now they get to throw.
Yep, exactly. That was on September 1 when they did that.
I want to leave. I feel protected by you guys. Why are all my neighbors telling me to be safe as I'm walking here? Because the cops are hard. That doesn't make any sense. Literally 3 neighbors said careful, there's cops.
So what's going on is we're here at 11th and Pine. There's been a small group of people that are addressing the SPD officers. There's an officer back here in the background you can see has a less lethal weapon. He has it at low ready with finger at low ready. And we kind of see what people call microaggressions. And this is a really good example of a microaggression. Right? There's really no reason for this, but meaning for him to be at low ready and with his finger like this, it's just kind of a power positioning thing. And now there is heavy equipment that is coming down the road. There is now heavy equipment that is coming down.
My nigga's not stopping! My nigga's not stopping! Haha! Let's get him out the phone.
What's happening here is just horrible. Remember, the city in their court filing claimed they were going to document, index, and very clearly, and this is what we've been seeing, and we've seen this in the video that we've been shooting, they just have no intent of documenting anybody's belongings. It's just all going in the trash. But this is what's happened at every one of these sweeps.
Are you gonna do 1 day or 2 days?
I have no idea.
You don't know? Yeah. They don't. You just scheduled for this shift. They don't have you set up.
I'm just moving back because there was like a growing cluster of people, and it's the whole COVID thing. So if you're just tuning in, what's going on right now, we're live. We're outside of Cal Anderson Park at the southeast corner. There is a small contingent of SPD officers. What they're doing from time to time is closing off the street here as a continuing stream of garbage trucks, pickup trucks, vans, and now heavy equipment has been streaming into Cal Anderson Park. King County helicopter continues to fly overhead. What we had found earlier is where the east side of the park has a very heavy police presence. The west side of the park hasn't had a lot of presence there. So we are heading over to that side of the park. And of what we're seeing moving from multiple spots, we're not seeing any effort to document personal property or to pack up, how's it going? To pack up people's property. All we're seeing is them coming in and throwing everything out. And they're doing it, no pun intended, under the umbrella of anything that is wet, damaged, or soiled will be thrown out. And even the judge asked yesterday and brought up, it's December in Seattle. Everything is wet. And so that's the excuse that they're using. So what we're doing is I'm going up Nagley on the west side of the park. There has been far less police presence on this side. And even if I'm kind of told to get across the street, I can raise the pole up and we could probably get a good view of Seattle Park's activity. There's a large group of bike officers coming down the road at me, as you can see, not at me personally, but in my direction. CD, what's up? So we were by here maybe, I don't know, what time is it? Maybe, I don't know, 20 or 30 minutes ago. And when we were here 20 or 30 minutes ago, this fencing was still up. This fencing was put up in by the activists and protesters. That fencing, I don't know ultimately if it was chained or how it was attached. I don't know how well you can hear it because of the helicopter, but you can hear angle grinders going in the distance as they're probably cutting through the chains and locks that were set up. There's a group of SPD bike officers that are here. And again, I think what I can do is I can come over here. Yeah. If I come over here we could probably get some shots of this heavy equipment. What I'm gonna have to do though is raise the pole to get up over the berm. All right, it's gonna take me about 20 seconds. Remember, this is why I always get, he always turns the camera. Right now, the pole is up probably about 15 feet. So I'm not seeing what you're seeing. I'm basically, like, I could just see the top of the blinking lights of the construction equipment, where you probably have a much clearer view. I'm gonna shift over. You don't have as clear a view as I thought. This is what I'm gonna do. Let me bring the camera down again. You're like, why are we looking at a puddle? It'll make sense. And once again, I have to let my view catch up. So just bear with me here. What I've done is I've zoomed in a little bit. So I'm hoping you can see a little better. See, now I'm seeing the puddle. I'm just seeing the puddle now, so now you know how much delay is in the feed. And now I'll get to see if you, I have a feeling I probably have to tip this up more. Yep. Let me tip it up more, and then you'll have your view. We're almost there.
Hey, the cops recognize you as real media, but not us.
Really? Yeah. Are you serious? Oh, for fuck's sake. You're yanking my chain.
No, I'm being serious.
What? Oh, that's crazy. That's Converge Media. Nothing to belittle ourselves. I mean, Converge Media is more media than we're media. And they're being told, yeah, you're not media. That's pretty... You know, I think also it just depends on the officer you're talking to, right? Because there was I had a pretty heated exchange with an officer telling me to move, and I just did you declare an unlawful assembly or a riot, right? Because basically, by the TRO of 810, unless they declared an unlawful assembly or a riot, they can't tell me to move. You know, and he was just like, I just need you to move. And so, like, I moved 10 feet, and I'm like, there, I moved 10 feet north. And this just goes back to, right, you know, why are they pushing the media out and the independent media? Because they don't want people seeing what you're seeing here right now. The city lied. The city lied to you, Seattle.
Tell us more. Tell us more. Old Man River. Where's the jobs at? Where are they at, Old Man River? Fucking asshole.
Right. The city's lied to you. They've lied to the unhomed. They've lied because what did they tell you? Oh, that there's going to have housing for them. Oh, we're going to go ahead and document their belongings. Oh, there's a tent that is up here at Broadway where there's going to be information on where you can get housing. No tent, nobody there. That's not the first time SPD has done this. And we asked the PIO, and the PIO said, I don't know, right? So they made the announcement was set up. We asked the PIO immediately after the sweep, and the PIO after the sweep is like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm heated. I mean, he certainly didn't say I don't know like that, but he did say I don't know. He thinks, you know, it's over there, but doesn't know if anybody's there. There was nobody there. They said that they would be picturing and cataloging the belongings left behind, and that there would be a way to pick them up in the next 70 days. It was announced multiple times in the 15 minutes leading up to the sweeping of the park. And you can see They got front end loaders, heavy equipment in there, and we were shooting video earlier of them just throwing everything into trash dumpsters, including items that very clearly there was nothing wrong with those items. And oh, I was just going to say, I think that King Connolly helicopter left. I was just going to say, I think the helicopter's gone. And just as I was going to say it, here's the helicopter. PIO is Public Information Officer. And, well, how do you know that? Are you maybe he's with a... My real job is marketing. And so because my real job is marketing, I know things like, well, this is a PIO, Public Information Officer. You know, they don't call them PR, Public Relations Officer. Some police departments do, but in Seattle, they're referred to as a PIO. There are some police departments that do call them Public Relations. But Kimberly, why you're asking is, I requested a PIO and we got a brief interview on camera with one. There are a couple of SPD officers that are moving up, but they're not moving like with, oh, are they going to tell this guy to move? Yeah, they're telling this guy to move.
I would like to do it across the street on the sidewalk. Because it's my job, that's why. It's very easy. I have a great job. You're wasting your time. I have a great job. Have a nice day. It's incredible. Have a nice day. How is this in the fucking park? You're talking to me over a rail. I'm in a fucking sidewalk. I'm not in the park. That platform is still in the park. Arguably. All this stuff has to get go away. I'm asking you to leave. Dude, you're a jackass. You talk about your job being so good, then why are you fucking doing this shit out there? It's ridiculous. This is not what you do. I'm not bothering you. Sir, let me ask you a question. I'm not messing up. Have I been respectful for you this whole time? Have I been respectful? I've called you sir. I've been extremely respectful. I'm upset. So, sir, that's fine. That's right. What all I'm saying is that you want to communicate effectively, right, between me and you. Cursing at me, yelling at me, not effectively. You're not going to understand how these things this is good. So, sir, the point is that... What's the point? I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. So the point is this. The point is that all the stuff...
So, the reason the camera is kind of jumping around up there is I'm zoomed in up on there because I was trying to, and so what's happening now, some more people arrived, and now where there were 2 bike officers that walked over, there is now 4 bike officers that rode over, 2 on foot, 1 has a can of pepper spray out. There's an individual that appears to have come over and tapped the man on the shoulder. You know, kind of like, you know, my words, you know, this is a hill you don't want to die on today. That's, and I mean that totally a metaphor. And they're walking away, and that's it. The situation appears to be diffused. I just sigh because there just seems like there was a whole banality of everything that just happened here. Because we've been here for a while, that person's just been standing there for a while, and I don't understand, you know, just, okay, we're going to tell this person to move now when they're not doing anything. Okay. Well, you saw what happened as it happened.
Oh yeah, I've been in the stuff all the time. What I'm seeing here is not any better than this is stuff. It's not okay for anybody to live in. So we give people resources to do that. They should get the shelters, but there's open shelters.
You're saying you're giving people resources, but we heard reports that there was no resource tent that they were told was set up over on Broadway.
There's resources, sir.
Well, but there was no resource tent on Broadway. And there you go. They're riding away. And they're riding away. Right? We've been here for every minute of this. They announced over and over again that there was a resource tent on Broadway. There's no resource tent. And when I asked them about it, they rode away. You just saw it. Huh? No, it's not there. They told them there was a resource tent for them on Broadway in their announcements. There's nothing up there.
They gotta do one thing, right? Are you sure?
So if you're just tuning in, Karen, they don't have to answer to me, but there is a duty in this thing called the First Amendment and the right of the free press and the right of the people to seek redress for grievances. I suggest you read the Constitution and understand the First Amendment and the rights that you have. And by the way, Karen, we talked to a PIO, a public information officer, and they did answer our questions. But that does not, as a journalist, negate me when I'm hearing what is a lie being spoken to then call it out. Ironically named Karen. So if you're just tuning in, what's happening is we are live. I'll give you the quick rundown. 7:34 this morning, SPD arrived. Two main groups. Group number one, there's a van coming down the road. I need to step back. There were two main groups. Group number one was bike officers. Bike number one was bike officers that came in from the north. Group number two was a large group of officers that came in from the south. At the same time, roughly, I say that relatively speaking, there was a SWAT team that went into Yellow House. They started wait a minute, I got the timeline wrong. Apologies. 7:52, after 15 minutes of announcements, they started moving in from multiple directions on the park. SWAT team moved in at Red House at approximately 8 a.m. SWAT team moved in. I'm sorry, there's cars and I'm just like, what are you doing? So just give me a second. And they're turning around. SWAT team, I was told, we did not get that on camera, moved in a Yellow House. By about 8:25, I would say everything was completely done. At 8:33 is when I looked at my watch and I was like, that was one of the slowest 40 minutes of my life. I would have thought it was a couple of hours. Garbage trucks arrived at 8:59 a.m. Cleanup in earnest started at 9:10 a.m. We were told, not by Seattle Police, we did interview a PIO, public information officer. The public information officer told us that there were arrests but did not have numbers. We have an unconfirmed report of 10 initial arrests and 4 additional. We were told also by the PIO that there were no police officers injured. See, Karen, they actually do answer questions. And the PIO told us, when I asked them about available resources, they were kind of like, there will be resources available. When I asked specifically if there was a resource officer or other resources available, the answer I got was, I don't know. And what we learned later on was, which is what I suspected all along, which is why I never bothered to go walk up there to go to the tent, there is no tent over there at Broadway. And so what we're seeing right now is I am on Nagley on the west side of Cal Anderson Park. I am roughly center park. Cal Anderson is a little more than 7 acres, and the tennis courts are to my right, and then kind of the reflecting pool is to my left. And I'm roughly center park. I don't think you have the shelter house and frame in there. So the shelter, that's why I say I'm kind of like center park. There are a couple of police officers talking to a Seattle Parks individual. We could hear some heavy hammering that's going on. I'm going to turn the camera here this way. Part of the barricades that were built are still standing over in this area, as well as a number of tents that the unhomed were in previously. This is a Seattle Department of Construction and Inspections vehicle that is coming down the road here. I'm still gobsmacked that that Converge hasn't been allowed to move around. I'm just dropping the camera back down because I'm going to move. It's starting to rain in earnest. There's a shocking amount of traffic all of a sudden coming up and down this road.
They've been nice to you today?
Actually, I've been told like I'm getting the best treatment of anybody today from the journalist community.
It must be the poll.
I don't know. Like Converge told me that I was told that Converge, like they came by and we're partnered with them, and Converge was told to take a hike. So I'm stunned by that. So
Yeah.
but I have tried to kind of keep moving. So and whenever when I've seen them kind of clustering up somewhere, it's like, let me go move somewhere else, and then I won't be the center of attention. Stay dangerous. Good trouble. That's John Lewis who said good trouble. So what you're kind of looking in is this is on the very west side of the park. This is where there was a large cluster of homeless tents. I don't want to say most of it, but this has been an area where the unhomed have been living for months in this area here. And what's been happening, this appears to be an unhomed individual trying to come in and get their stuff. And that's why I've turned the camera, because I try to be respectful of the people who are unhomed. If I do this, then I can be. Well, they're walking away with a pallet. I don't know. Oh, wait a minute. I'm still zoomed in. 1 second. I'm like, what is going on? I'm still zoomed in. I need to zoom out. There we go. Oh, actually, I do think it's an unhomed individual. Yeah. We're gonna go ahead and let them do their thing in private, out of respect for them and their situation. So here, what you can see is SPD has opened up the tents as they went through as part of their sweep. And so here's one of the tents that the unhomed were living in. And where You can see kind of like this canopy is bent and battered and torn up that I've got in frame right now. That was not the case on Wednesday. That was not the case before the sweep. Right, because we were in here on Wednesday, and you actually can go to the video we shot on Wednesday. You can go and re-watch Malcontent Happy Hour from last night. It's the opening story, right? It's a 90-minute show. You don't have to watch 90 minutes of show. You can go about 4 minutes in, and then there is a 9-minute video that is really powerful. And y'all should watch that. Maybe one of the mods can put a link to the Twitch version of, maybe one of the mods could put a link to the Twitch version of Happy Hour in the comments, both on Twitch and on Facebook. If we could get one of the mods to do that, that would be great. And if you go just 4 minutes in, this area here, you could see what it looked like yesterday. Or not yesterday, but Wednesday. Because we shot here on Wednesday. And these tents that are now torn up and bent and battered, that was done as part of the sweep activity. The barricades still remain on this side of the pump house. Oh, and by the way, Ari Hoffman, who claimed in his tweet that the entire park had been barricaded. Hey, Ari, this shot is for you. So we're gonna go like this, and you can kind of see right now where the barricade is, and I'm gonna slowly turn the camera. Ha! Well, ain't that something, Ari? Because the whole park wasn't taken over. And we know, like, the ball fields weren't taken over either, Ari. And so what was barricaded was a relatively small section of the park. And what's concerning is that Ari Hoffman is now an editor with the Post Millennial, when anybody could come down here and see for themselves that all of Cal Anderson wasn't taken over. But his followers, I guess they don't care about the truth. And I guess the publication, the Post Millennial, doesn't care about the truth. Thank you. And so you have kind of this interesting, what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn the camera here. I'm not in the park on a technicality. And here's the other thing I want to point out with, oh, Seattle is destroyed, blah, blah, blah. So these people here, they're not Seattle Parks. These are construction workers. And if I look and turn the camera this way, again, not Seattle Parks. These are construction workers that are working on these condos that overlook Cal Anderson Park and that have been under construction. And the construction has been going on for 6 months. And say like 6 months ago, there was a crane here and they were building these up. So these are actually getting probably close to the finish line. Well, how do you know they're getting close to the finish line? Well, I don't know, maybe because there's a company here that's pulling either, cable, it says for communication. I don't know if they're pulling fiber. I would presume it's fiber. I can't imagine anybody is running coax in the city of Seattle in the heart of this area in 2020. And here you go, the park's closed. But it's not closed. There's a couple of police officers there behind. Ari, I don't understand. I thought you said the whole thing was fenced off. Or did you just come down here and take 4 very carefully framed pictures to inflame your followers? Yep. They're gonna make me jump down. Well, can I go out that way, or?
Go down, but I'm telling you right now, you cannot come in the park. I've seen you out here, you're walking around, it doesn't matter if you're pressed, you can't come in the park.
Fair enough.
So.
No, it's just a 2-foot jump. Cardio. We're now on the northwest corner of Cal Anderson. And the rain is actually really starting to come down. I have no need for my helmet, but I'm just gonna put it on because my head's wet. There's been arrest that's happening here. And we know who's being arrested. So there's been another arrest that's gone on. So I guess as far as I know, if we're keeping count, we had told 10 unofficially, 4 more, and now it appears there's at least 1 more. Marilyn's been arrested. Marilyn is a very well-known figure in the Seattle protest community. Marilyn's been arrested. I don't know why. And I would say at this point, I've probably worn out my hall pass with SPD. Hey, Jonathan, how are you?
Look out of here. Nobody wants you here.
Jonathan Cho from Como is showing up, and he's going to get a ration of shit, that's for sure.
That's that little one. It's like she's a firefighter. I like her.
Is the fortress dismantled now, or what's happening? We can't get in there. Get in there. Protest. No way in there. Yeah. Quite a sight to see.
So what's going on? Well, big condition of SPD officers on bikes being loosely pursued by a group of protesters who are chanting "Move Back," which is kind of this mocking chant that protesters will use because Seattle police use "Move Back" very frequently. And so the protesters will sometimes dish it back. And I know this is a tactic that's been adopted in other cities like Portland. And what seems to be happening is there seems to be a growing number of people that I would say that are protesters are starting to show up. And the faces that I'm seeing here are not the same faces that I was seeing earlier today. So I think what's probably has happened is, the word has gotten out that this sweep has happened. Another thing that it started to rain, and the temperature feels like it's gone down, or maybe I just need to move around a little bit more. Wow, only been streaming for like 3. I can't believe it's only 10:30 in the morning. If somebody had asked me right now, like, what time do you think it is? I would have said like 1 in the afternoon. So I really do think That's what's happening, and why that there is a growing number of people that are now showing up at different points in the park, because of what I think's happening now is the word is getting out, that the sweep has happened, and there are people that are mobilizing. What I have seen in the 7 months of covering this situation now, there will probably just be a lot of kind of yelling and shouting, and we may see some individual pepper spray or something that may happen at certain points, but that's probably about all we're going to see. For those of you who've been watching for most of the 3 hours, I've probably pushed boundaries on this one more than I probably have since 8/16. What I mean by pushing boundaries is just getting the story.
I'm telling you. I'm not that stupid. Goddamn. Let me get your business. You're gonna steal it again. Every time you fucking find me, you steal my shit and put me in jail. I'm sick of losing my shit.
Did you get footage of the arrest?
No, I got up there after it happened.
Something I can email it to?
Yeah, you can send that to. Yeah, if you're willing to share, and then we'll follow up.
This out.
Yeah. So when you're ready.
1 second. Yeah, what's your info?
So tips, PS at Malcontentment.
MALCONTENTMENT.
Yep. .com.
Highest prison population in the world.
Expect an email later.
I really appreciate it. And we'll follow up. Someone will follow up with you.
Yeah, I have extreme brutality. Make it get out.
Well, this was the one up that just happened up there. Was that one arrest or?
It was 2 arrests, but one was extreme. They took 3 people on one teacher who was not a threat. You'll see.
Okay.
Make sure it gets out.
Yeah, we will. Thank you.
It's good that I
Got it on his stream. Okay. So what happened up? Because I was just up there and I saw the one activist that I know. I'm just not saying her name, but everybody knows her. I saw her getting arrested, but I didn't know that there were 3.
Oh, I didn't see all of it. I just come in that way.
Got it.
If you had to have 500-600.
Like body stills might have been really close too.
Okay. See, now this makes sense why they got super aggressive with me when I was walking this way, because I didn't know what was going on, and I was just, I'm just going to do a walk. Because what I've been seeing is I've just been seeing people that live in the hood, and they're just coming into the park and they're crisscrossing the park. They're not saying anything. And I was like, and I saw multiple people doing it, and I'm like, well, screw it. I'm just going to walk up here. And apparently I was walking up into a hornet's nest, so.
Why would I tell you that?
So what we'll do, we're going to head back this way. Actually, haven't seen future crystals today. Thank you for the info on that. Usually if I do this, it makes it go away. I saw the comment, mods. It's a bug within Streamlabs, and I actually think we're probably going to be abandoning them as our software for streaming. There's another company that a lot of the streamers are moving to, and I have a feeling we're going to move to them because I'm fed up with Streamlabs dropping their icon on there when you're a paying customer and you're not supposed to. And they're just like, well, it shouldn't happen. You just need to log out, log in. It'll make it go away. And they've had this problem now for half a year. And I just, my impression is they're not super interested in fixing it. Oh, we've seen this undercover vehicle multiple times. Yeah. This is important. So, Seattle Parks, they're down here. And they are, disassembling the tents here. So, if I'm keeping count, as far as I know, what I'm hearing is 16 or 17 arrests today, unofficially. That is unofficial. We heard a number 10, then we heard about 4 more, and then we saw 1, and we were told there was either 2 or 3 arrested there. So what's going on here is Seattle Parks, and we've also seen like SDOT and a couple of other organizations. Oh, you get a very good shot here. So something we're not seeing is we see nobody taking pictures. We see nobody cataloging. We're seeing no attempt to retain anything inside of this pop-up. And it's just going to go in the trash dumpster. With the argument being, well, it's wet. And we can't store anything that's wet. And again, we had pictures of this stuff on Wednesday. This stuff was not broken up on Wednesday. And what we have not seen as we've moved over and over again, nobody is cataloging, nobody is taking pictures. We have not seen one item been packed up. We did see earlier when they were going through a tent, somebody taking pictures, but no efforts taken to retain any of the belongings. It was just, they were just appeared to be documenting that they were tearing down the tents. And I'll say it again, $1 billion a year spent by Seattle and King County allegedly to address the homeless problem in the region. And I say region because it's like Seattle, greater Seattle. $1 billion a year. And here you go. This is where your $1 billion is going, Seattle. And I've said it a couple of times, I'm going to say it again. I don't care if you are like a true anarchist, you know, like do away with the government, or you're a 3%er. You should be absolutely outraged by this, and everybody in the middle. If you live in Seattle, I would say it's your obligation to be blowing up the email and phone or the Twitters of your city councilors and demanding that they answer to where $1 billion a year is going. And I think the other thing that has to be asked in all of this is, why does the city continue to lie on belongings are going to be retained? You know, somebody like, is the ACLU, right? We're going to catalog the belongings. We're going to make sure, we're going to have a plan. We're going to have a tent for resources. No, they didn't have any of that. Right? They came in at 7:34 this morning and said, over at Broadway, there would be available resources. And there was nothing. Yes, Ellen Marie, $1 billion with a B. Last night's co-host, Jennifer, thank you for your kind words. I just read your message. And Jennifer's going to be rejoining us on Monday. I'm also really glad that I wore my boots. I'm just going to walk through here. There's just, it's too much, it's too dangerous. There's a ton of vehicles here. There's a Seattle Public Utilities vehicle here, like a flatbed. I think I know what they're here for. The fencing. They are probably coming in. Ironically, they are probably here, ironically, collecting the fencing that was used to surround the shelter house. I think that's what's going on. On September 1, they fenced off and welded the doors shut at the shelter house to keep mutual aid and activists out of it. Which, again, I've said this a couple of times. On Wednesday, we talked to multiple people from multiple political stripes. And this is exactly what they are doing. So this fencing that they're collecting here, this fencing used to be around the shelter house. Let me turn the camera, and that's the shelter house right there. They put it up on September 1 to keep activists out. The activists that built the barricades around the homeless encampment, which Ari didn't take up the whole flippin' park, which we just showed, and we showed on Wednesday. Friggin' chud. They took that fence and then they used that fence and put it in other places. And so now they're here to pick up the fence. There's your $1 billion a year with a B. This is your $1 billion a year on homelessness in action. Am I the only person that just looks at this and goes, this is totally insane? All right, I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna point this down at the ground for a second. We're gonna zoom in a little bit, and we're gonna pull it back up. And you probably can't see the shelter house too well from the position that I'm at. They're behind these trees. Yeah, this isn't a good shot here. What I'm gonna do is we'll go ahead and walk this way. We saw Jonathan Cho from Como. If people are like, you know, like he said hi to Jonathan Cho. Don't forget, Jonathan Cho is the person that interviewed me when Mike Solon did what he did back on September 7th. And I was interviewed on September 10th. And Jonathan Cho was the person that did that story and interviewed me. So that's how I know Jonathan Cho. And and when I say the we, the collective we, you know, we try. Look, I lean left. I'm not going to deny that for 1 second. But if you want to tell the whole story, the before, during, and after, you got to have to be able to move between the lines. What I'm doing is I'm walking back over to 11th and Pine. I guess this is probably a good time to bring it up again. I haven't said in a while. If you're just tuning in, we're in Seattle. This is live. The Seattle Police Department swept the encampment at Cal Anderson Park. They arrived at about 7:34. By my watch, the sweep started at 7:52. At about 8 a.m., SWAT also moved in on Yellow House. We were told, unofficially, 10 arrests. We were then told there were 4 more. And then we witnessed an arrest. And we were told that there were 1 or 2 additional arrests that happened at that same time. So as far as we know, there's been 16 or 17 people arrested. We talked to the public information officer, and the public information officer told us did not have a number for arrests, no reports of injuries for SPD. I asked them where available resources were, and they couldn't answer the question. We've been told by multiple people that the tent that was announced at 7:34 to about 7:50 that was set up for aid and information of Broadway was not there, and there was nobody there and no resources there. And this has happened over and over and over again. when they've done these sweeps. This is maybe the fourth that's happened, if you include the initial CHOP sweep on July 1. I think this is the fourth one. And so if I turn the camera this way, you could just start seeing, you could still see all those blinking yellow lights up there. That is construction equipment, heavy equipment, Seattle Parks, and they are continuing to clear, and they're actually moving very quickly in the cleanup. And what we have not been seeing is, you know, the assurances that were made to the federal court yesterday in the filing to attempt to delay or block this sweep. They assured the federal judge, the city, that personal belongings would be cataloged, documented, packed up, and we have not seen any of that. And earlier in the streams, we have been inside the parks multiple times. And I got, maybe about 15 minutes ago, what I kind of felt was my final warning. So, you know, and things have reached a point here where it's like, yeah, you know, the metaphor I like to use, I'm not going to die on that hill today. And at this point, hey. Hi. And at this point, the only reason I've got my mask and my helmet on is because it's raining. And I didn't pack a toque, or I would put a toque on. I had my helmet off earlier. There's no reason for me to have it on, other than I'm just trying to keep my flipping head dry. And I could put my bakla over my head, but then I just look like I'm totally in block or something at that point. You know, so what's happening? Things are quieting down. What I'll have to do is I'll have to go for a couple of blocks walk to get back down to kind of where mutual aid was. And I think that's what we'll go ahead and do. And so what I'll do is widen out the camera. By the way, I got to put my plug in. Everybody knows I love Dirty Dog. I think I have to give Dirty Dog some monetary love today because I've been going to Rancho Bravo, but I'm a big fan of Dirty Dog. Make sure you ask for the SPD East Precinct dog. That is a spicy dog with sauerkraut, mustard, jalapenos, and no cream cheese. All right, helmet off. Stopped raining a little bit. If you're like, where's he going? In order to, they have 11th, and it's so weird if you think about it. They have 11th and Pine Block. They're not letting anybody down there. There's some activists and protesters. But any kind of like the yelling and shouting there is basically stopped. And so if I come up here and if I walk a couple of blocks, then I'll be able to get over there.
I know.
Well, I won't need to go on the treadmill today, that's for sure. Yeah, here's this weird thing. So, SPD still at 11th and Olive. But the last time I walked up, they weren't at the next street over. Hey there, puppers! So, if I keep kind of going across this way, I can stop over here and we can get a little bit of a shot down towards Shelter House. And a little bit that's going on down there. And we'll just keep heading north. And eventually, I reach a street where I can turn west. I'll make a walk over to Denny. I think what I'm gonna do, if I could take the next left, I'll take that next left. I don't want to walk down to Denny and find it blocked. I was able to walk up here earlier and hook a left and walk down and basically walk right behind the police lines. And that's looking like the case again. Yeah, there's nobody here. This is why I say the banality of all this, right? You can't go down this street, you can't go to that street. But if you walk another 100 feet, you can go down this street and then hook another left and just keep going. And it looks like what they've done is they're blocking off the areas where you can really see what's going on where the cleanup is. Got to duck under these trees. LRAD unit just went by. That's interesting. What I'm trying to do is walk up to Yellow House, and it looks like it's a no-go. It'll be interesting to see what happens here, if they're gonna tell me to turn around or if they'll let me go to the east. That's the LRAD vehicle that's walking by, or driving by. It's very hard for me to walk on this particular section of road. Because there's a section of trees. I've moved back over to the sidewalk. Coming in behind you. No, I didn't want to startle you, that's all. All right. So we were told, this is actually where I started this morning. I tweeted out a picture. So this was Yellow House. We were told the SWAT team cleared Yellow House. The signs that were around it have been torn down. It looks like cut. There's now no trespassing sign. I don't know if that was there before. And it's been completely fenced off. As I understand the story from Yellow House was, this wasn't an eviction story. It's not like Red House on Mississippi. People were unofficially calling it Yellow House, just as I was unofficially calling the encampment and fortifications at Fort Cal Anderson. Activists moved into this and occupied it on Wednesday. But as I understand it, this house was sold for profit to a developer, with the developer planning to gentrify this property. And there's a ton of gentrification that's going on kind of all around this here. I think it's very interesting, right? We see this different attitude and behaviors from the police officers, right? Right. There's a few officers who have been very, very aggressive with me today. We've had kind of multiple interactions with them. And other officers are just like, like this other guy is like, sorry, or whatever, excuse me, or what. I'm like, I just didn't want to startle you coming up from behind you, right? Everybody's a little jumpy today. Why do you dress in black? It's funny. I've adopted wearing these gray pants. And actually, probably from a distance, I might even look a little bit like a SWAT officer in what I'm wearing. And it's very purposeful, so I stand out for somebody outside of block. I wear black gear for the same reason lots of people wear dark colors, especially if you're in an environment where stuff can get stained up or dirtied up or messed up. It hides stains and it's easier to clean. And when it comes to things like my plate receiver, walking around with a camouflage plate receiver in an urban environment just feels ridiculous to me. I think it's ridiculous that I have to wear a plate receiver in the first place, but that's a whole separate conversation. Yeah, and I think what I'm just going to have to do is do this full walk around again to get back. Well, this is interesting. I haven't been to this spot, but here's clearly, a homeless encampment area that's been built. And what my guess is, because I can see where the tape's been torn down, this is probably another example of them trying to come in and salvage some of their belongings. Because we have not seen parks doing anything to save anyone's belongings. I got a dip because of the trees. He points the camera at the ground. He doesn't show things. You want to see the camera trashing into a tree branch? I mean, I know you guys have seen that before. You may find it entertaining. I don't. I was asked, have you ever snagged a power line? And the answer to that is yes, once. I definitely run pole cam much lower if I'm in an area I'm not familiar with.
Stay dangerous, people lovely. We love you. Oh, now they
I got the yellow up in here now.
Like a yellow, like a yellow.
How's it going?
Another day.
Yeah. It's a day, that's for sure. So guys that Converge, if you did, Bobby, I think you put the kibosh on my hall pass. Earlier, the guys at Converge Media were like, man, they treat you like media. They're telling us we're not. And then we had somebody go Gandalf on me. Not complaining. It is what it is. We're just trying to bring you the story. Once again, this is where the barricade started, Ari. The whole park wasn't taken over, Ari. Wonder if Ari's gonna run for mayor. So the city is making short work of the initial cleanup here. The sigh is out of just exasperation over this. Interesting. There's DJ Elrad driving through the park. Don't quite understand why they have to drive through the park. I got nowhere else to put my helmet. I'm just going to put it back on my head, I guess. Another thing that's worth noting is that Cal Anderson Park is a capped reservoir. One of the arguments during CHOP that was made, one of the appeals was, hey, please don't park vehicles up on here because this is a capped reservoir. Now, I'm not going to begrudge the heavy equipment, but why does DJ Elrad have to have their vehicle up here on top of the capped reservoir? It doesn't make sense. Right, there's no protesters here at this point. There's no activists here at this point. So this is a dump truck that's here, that's coming up here right now. And with the dump truck here, what my guess is, we're either going to see people just starting to dump stuff into this dump truck or a front, because I could hear the beep, beep, beep of front end loaders. And we showed earlier that front end loaders were arriving here in Cal Anderson. And it'll be very interesting to see if that's what's going to happen here next, that we're going to have front end loaders coming in. A couple of more bike officers just riding by. There's a contingent of police officers, about 8 of them, that are just out of frame to the left. There's a gentleman that's just to my left who's standing on the wall. One bike officer looked over and they're not interested. That's what I mean. It's very interesting. There are some officers that just seem to pick their battles, and then there are some officers that just appear to be looking for battles. So if you're just tuning in, we're live. We're in Cal Anderson Park. Seattle Police Department started their sweep. Here goes this SDOT dump truck. I'm real curious to see where this is going. We've heard front end loaders beeping in the background. It just looks like they're driving out of the park. So they've only been cleaning since about 9:10, so 2 hours, and they have made huge progress. And here you go. Here is this front end loader, and you can see, there's plastic that was on the bucket. And so they have just come in with heavy equipment. And you can't tell me in 2 hours time, because you could see how much has been swept. Where was the cataloging of the property? Where was the documentation? Where was the saving of belongings? The city lied. They lied to the federal court. They lied to the people here. They lied to you, the citizens of Seattle. And all they've done is they've come in here with front end loaders and garbage trucks, Jenny Durkin, and they've thrown everything out. This is the compassion that Seattle is showing on December 18th, almost to the winter solstice, on a cold and what's going to be a very rainy night tonight. And we've seen some of the unhomed coming in and out, trying to salvage what belongings they have. And again, let me raise this up. And you can just see this front end loader is just going. They're not digging a hole. Let me do this, because what I'm having to do is I'm holding the pole up really high. And I can't even see on my monitor. So I'm gonna bring the pole up. Give me a second here, everybody. I'm gonna zoom in. And then we're gonna send this back up. And then you can see what $1 billion a year is buying you, Seattle, for supporting of the homeless. $1 billion a year. This city spends $1 billion with a B dollars on addressing the homeless problem. And here you go. This is your tax dollars at work. If you look, let's put it this way. Let's say your view is the homeless deserve this. This is their own making. They had it coming to them. Let's say that's your view. Where is your outrage at $1 billion being thrown at this problem? I don't care what your political stripe is on this. Everybody who's listening to me right now should be shooting an email off to their city councilor if they live here in Seattle, and to Jenny Durkin, going, what the hell? like what the hell? Explain to me the $1 billion. And explain it like we're little kids. You know, not in politician speak. You know, like in real simple terms. Can we account for where that $1 billion is going? And again, you know, here, another example, right? It's just kind of the officer du jour and what they view as right or wrong in that moment, right? There's an individual right out of frame. The police vehicle, I don't know if you saw that police vehicle that drove by. There's a police vehicle that essentially just drove through Cal Anderson Park. There's an individual that is in front of me and to my left out of frame, and the police cruiser just didn't even care, right? We were here a little while ago. There was a person standing right where this person was standing, doing the exact same thing this person's doing. And, you know, and it was like, you can't be standing here. It's just, you know, and it's just macho bullshit.
The only good thing is that they're not like in my TV.
Yeah, East Denny is blocked. I'm seeing the comments in the mods. I was up over there, and I couldn't get over that way. So yeah, it's blocked. And it sounds like it's going to rain there again. Actually, I don't know if that's rain or if that's like a little bit of grapple. There's the word of the day, grapple. It sounds... I'm sorry, I'm having a weather nerd moment. Yeah, you can probably hear some cracking wood. So what we're showing right now is, first of all, there's been massive and significant amount of cleanup that's happened in the last 2 hours here at Cal Anderson, and like massive amounts of cleanup that's already happened, which raises for me very serious questions on how much they've been going to protect property. Because again, this is what they told the courts. This is in the court file, and the judge asked the question. Something you can do, to help us out is one, you can share. You could start here's DJ Elrad again. You can share, you can start a watch party. You can like and follow us on all of our various channels. You can Venmo, you can become a patron. These are all things that you can do to help us. You can also bookmark our website, Malcontentment News. I'm sorry, it's kind of been a long morning. And we're in the middle of a rebrand. It's malcontentnews.com. Malcontentment.com will still get you to that website. And you can actually bookmark malcontentnews.tv. That actually gets you to our Twitch. Hey there, puppers. Puppers. We love puppers. Whoa, if somebody used the term useless eaters, if the mods haven't banned them, banned that Nazi fuck now. Useless eaters, dead eaters, life not worthy of life, all of these are white supremacist terms from the Nazi Party that they used in the late 1930s to justify the euthanasia of the disabled, the mentally ill, and people who were deemed, too grievously injured, say from an accident, to be of value to society. So if somebody has used the term of useless eaters, just ban that Nazi fuck now. And so what we're documenting here right now is the Seattle came in with heavy equipment, and they are just, as you can see in the frame, in multiple, they're just coming in with heavy equipment and tearing everything up with the back end loader. And, they're just, well, the stuff was damaged. Well, gee, I guess it was damaged because you ran it over with the frickin' back end loader. The city told the federal court in their arguments yesterday morning that they would not do what they are doing right now. The city literally told them. The city lied to the federal government. Seattle police said that there would be a resource tent up on Broadway. There was no resource tent. If you're just tuning in, and if you're not familiar with the story, tight summary. There's been a homeless have lived in Cal Anderson Park for years. CHOP happened, and there was a growing homeless encampment that formed here. CHOP was shut down on July 1. A vast majority of the people who were unhomed had actually left before CHOP was raided and ended on July 1. A lot of them had left. Then as you got to Then as you got to I've got an SPD officer pointing at me, but I mean, like, I am truly on the sidewalk here. So they're coming in and they're doing tape. You won't be able to see it because I've got the camera up higher, but right now what they're doing is they're taping off the top of the stairwell, which is maybe just about 4 or 5 steps from where I'm at. So actually what I'm going to do then is I'm just going to move a couple of steps up, because I'm just going to take that as a green light that's the barrier, is where the tape is. Their tape just dropped. I think they just tore the tape by accident. Oh, actually they were in frame. Okay. So what they're doing is they're just putting up yellow caution tape, and they're doing like the whole perimeter of the park. So back to the short, the short summary here. Most of the unhomed left on July 1. There's been a varying number of the unhomed, and the tape tore again. They failed spreading caution tape 101 to me on the right. The unhomed have come in varying degrees of numbers since CHOP. There's been some moments where there's been very few. There's been some moments where probably the population, a couple of times, probably 100 or more. Mutual aid was set up over here. I'm going to twist the camera just a little bit, in this building that has BLM written on the top and is in the colors of the rainbow. That is called Shelter House. Mutual aid was setting up in Shelter House, initially in cooperation with the city. Omari of Converge has a very powerful video that he shared a couple of days ago back in August, where one of the activists working in mutual aid was literally begging the city on, they're doing everything they can, but they're not equipped to, and the city is. And why is the city not coming out here? And why are volunteers having to do the job of the city? The city would come in and they did a series of sweeps in August, and they would, there was like this banal game of whack-a-mole. They would come in, sweep the homeless, throw at everything from mutual aid: food, clothing, medical supplies, toiletries, resources, just come in and put it all in a trash dumpster, which is why I knew they were just going to come in here today with dump trucks and put everything in a trash dumpster, because that's what they do. Within hours, mutual aid would be back, the unhomed would be back. On September 1, they came in, pushed everybody out. They put fencing around the shelter house, and they welded some of the sections of that fencing shut. They didn't weld all of it, but they welded maybe about half of it. There was some holes that were cut through the fencing, so they fixed the holes in the fencing, and then they welded steel plate, and we took some pictures of that, probably 1/4-inch plate over all of the doors and windows, and welded some of the doors, like on the bathrooms, shut. The homeless encampment came back after that September 1. There was also an incident here with September 1 with Jaguar Security. We have that whole incident, and we covered that yesterday in Malcontent Happy Hour. We showed all 4.5 minutes with Jaguar Security, beginning to end, to show how much hyperbole Jaguar Security is putting into the situation that they had going on there on September 1. Fast forward here to mid-December. On Saturday, I believe, or Sunday morning, notices went up that there would be a sweep of Cal Anderson, that everybody need to leave the park by Wednesday at 7:30 in the morning. A very similar set of barricades was built around the homeless encampment, similar to what happened to Red House on Mississippi in Portland. SPD showed up here on Wednesday at about 7:35 in the morning. They had a little bit of a light show display and some sirens, but they never stopped. They just kind of drove around and they left. People aren't sure, right? There's no official reason on why they didn't do the sweep. You know, speculation number one is there were about 200 people that were here to be here in defense of the encampment. So part of it is they felt that, well, maybe that they were outnumbered. The second thing is that there was a lawsuit that was filed on Wednesday. They may have been wind of that lawsuit and they wanted it to run the course and not create an appearance with the federal court, that they were trying to get ahead of that filing. That's another theory that I've heard. We don't know. Bottom line is they didn't raid on Wednesday. There was a court, a federal filing by an individual living out of Yeager, living here unhomed in Cal Anderson Park to block the sweep. On Thursday, the courts heard that, and Thursday afternoon at about 4:30 or 4:45, the decision came down from the federal court that they would not block the sweep. Seattle police came in 7:34 this morning, announced you had 15 minutes. By my watch, they started at 7:52 to sweep the park. I would say that by 8:20 or 8:25, they were done. It appears that there was light to minimal resistance by the people within the barricades and the approximately 30 to 50 unhomed people that were behind those barricades in addition to the people. And by 8:33, because that was the next time I looked at my watch, from 7:52 to 8:33, it was basically over. We're now probably around 11:30, I would guess. And 11:34, my sense of time's getting a little better. We're probably around 11:34, and most of the barricades and most of the homeless encampment is gone. The city parks have just come in, despite assuring the federal court that they would protect property and document and catalog and photograph. And we have seen absolutely none of that. And we have been around all different sides of the park here. And what we have basically seen is them just throwing everything out. Today is December 18th. We saw several unhomed people trying to come in and out, grab what they could, try to salvage what they could. We saw one individual in a beat up, very small beat up car, doing kind of that same thing, trying to salvage what they could. But we have seen zero attempt from the city. Not only have we seen zero attempt, we saw when we came down to mutual aid and the first push was going on, Seattle police was just smashing the food, breaking the items there. We could see it. We heard the breaking glass. It's on video. And that was food, clothing, and resources for the unhomed. On the sidewalk, not in the park, under tents, clean, cared for. And we have video then also then of the Seattle Parks Department just coming in and throwing all of it after it had been smashed into the back of garbage trucks. And that is kind of where we're at now today. Louisa, what the city told the court when the judge asked about people's property is that for the tents that were left, that they would catalog the property within the tents and that they would go ahead and pack it up. And what they announced today is that there would be information on how to get your belongings, and you would have 70 days, 70, to go pick that up. It was also announced, starting at 7:34 and announced about 8 times, that there was an aid tent and resources set up over on Broadway Avenue. Broadway Avenue is literally behind me, Louisa. Not even like a quarter of a block. If I go up a set of stairs, literally behind me, I go up on Broadway Avenue. There was no tent there. There were no resources there. Because the judge specifically asked about people's property. Now, the other thing that the Seattle said and told the judge was, the only thing we're going to throw out is anything that is soiled, anything that is damaged, or anything that is wet. And the judge kind of went, well, wait a minute. it's Seattle in December. Like, everything's wet in December in Seattle. And the city is like, no, it's not like that. Well, here you go. It is like that. Right? Well, it's wet. Right? We got wet. And if we run it over with a dump truck and a back end loader, well, now it's damaged and soiled. So what do we have to save? Well, I guess we have nothing to save. I can tell you right now, to my left, I saw a couple of bikes. One's damaged, and one is definitely undamaged. All right, so they should save that bike and catalog it. And then if you want to be really cynical, you could go, and maybe that bike's stolen, and so maybe that bike needs to go back to its owner. Well, guess what? It's raining. So the bike is, oh, it's wet. So guess where that bike is going to go, Louisa? That bike is going to go into a dump truck. And again, if your view is the homeless are just awful, terrible, blah, 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 and that bike was probably stolen, well, doesn't the owner of the bike deserve to have that cataloged and serial numbers checked for? How are you? Oh my God, so good to see you. And the answer is yes, I messaged you back. Actually, I messaged you in all caps, thank you. And congratulations in person. No, because you're not going to get yelled at.
What's fun is all of that stuff over there, all of those canopies, perfectly usable.
Oh, I know. We were filming them, destroying them, basically. We have that all on camera. We have it. Yeah, we have it all on camera. We have it all on camera. You can hear them smashing when the police first came in, smashing everything at mutual aid. We have it all on camera, on all of it going into the back of garbage trucks. We're rolling right now with the front end loaders, just dumping stuff. I mean, this has been 2 hours. You can't tell me that they cataloged anything.
Yeah, well, this is the closest I've managed to get. I've been all around the park. They have it blocked off like a block away from anything.
I've had to do like I've kind of figured out how to get around. So it's a hike. You got to go this way. You got to go all the way up to 12th. You go to 12th. It's the street out after Olive, I think. And if you go down to that street, you can go actually down that one. And then you can hook a left and just walk down the sidewalk. And you might get grumped at when you kind of get down to where mutual aid was. Then I'm just like, well, I'm just walking that way, fine.
I see they're now opening the bathrooms again.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it? Well, I was here on Wednesday, and we reported it. I put some pictures on Twitter, but we didn't film it, but I said what was going on. They came in with, like a battering ram to get into the bathrooms, and they were trying to turn the water back on, but there was no.
Well, they fucked up the water. They cut off the water to the park at some point.
Right.
This is some bad bike riding too.
The other thing that we've seen that I have been frustrated with, the park's closed, nobody can go in, the park's closed. We have filmed multiple people that just look like they live in the neighborhood up on this side, and they're just trucking through the park. So if you're a tech bro, apparently you can walk in the park.
I didn't try that hard to get into the park, but this is what, they have a bunch of people on that side.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying you can get there, but you've got to go all the way around the street past Olive, come down, and then come back this way. There's nobody there. It's so weird. You'll go up here, Olive is blocked, big line of cops. The next street is blocked, and then you walk another 150 feet and you can just walk down like it's Christmas time. And so it's weird to me. It just makes me go, well, then why do you have these two streets blocked if I could just go another 150 feet and walk right behind you? Jody, I don't know the names of anybody arrested. I know the name of one person, and we're not going to put that on blast. We filmed that arrest. King County helicopters left. My guess is that's a news. That's King. Yeah, I was going to say that's a news helicopter. What's that?
They have a really great view of all the destruction, and they're filming it all.
Right.
Streaming it right now.
Oh, they're live streaming now.
Yeah.
Oh.
So.
Sinclair Communications unintentionally on the wrong side. Thank you, Sinclair Communications.
No, it's actually like people were like, we need video, and then they're like, well, the Como stream's really great.
So King County, I just realized like the King County helicopter, I apparently reached a point, I was filtering out the helicopter noise, and I just realized that they're gone. So the other helicopter you're hearing is a news helicopter. So what you're seeing, if you're just tuning in, Seattle Parks is going through and they are cleaning up where the homeless encampment was. However, they are not doing anything that they said that they were going to do to protect people's personal and there's Como, actually, to your point of Como stream. There's Como right now hovering over the heavy equipment and dump trucks, which again, I'm going to say it again, in court yesterday morning, the city of Seattle argued in front of a federal judge that they were not going to do what they're doing right now. Hey, hey, Black Girl Rev Media.
All of those were fucking nice answers too. Like,
Well, I have before video on Wednesday also of all this, on the state it was in on Wednesday. And we have the...
perfectly good table right there.
Well, it's wet now.
It's, yes, I'm sure it is wet.
It's wet now.
It's also made of plastic.
It's wet now. And you know what this, right? So that will be their excuse. There's some perfectly good bicycles if you go around the other side, but they're wet now.
I mean, it's truly astounding that anything outside might be wet. I would never have expected that in Seattle.
Will, that's a great question. Where are all the politicians? The politicians are warm in their house right now, talking about things that don't matter and not being held accountable for the $1 billion a year that this city spends on addressing homelessness.
It's clearly working out real well.
And I see them like doing some welding over here. So I don't know if they are removing over on the shelter house. I don't know if they're removing. Yeah, they were just welding there a second ago.
They had taken out one of the window like
Yeah, see, it's going right now. So what I don't know is, are they removing the plate, right? Because they put plate over all of it. So now are they removing the plate, or are they replacing it?
one of the window pieces out and now it's back in. So I don't know.
Yeah. So, Carol, I see your question on what they're doing. What they're doing is Seattle Parks has just come in with heavy equipment and dump trucks, and they're throwing everything out. Over at the shelter house, what we're trying to figure out right now, where they're doing this welding, what we're trying to figure out is they had put metal plate up on this building previously. What we can see is on some of them, they're taking the metal plate off. So what I don't know, what we're trying to figure out right now is, are they reinforcing the welds around this metal plate, or are they torching to remove the metal plates? And this is about as close as I can get. I really do feel like the last talking to I got from Seattle police, it kind of felt like my final warning. And look, if I'm gonna go to jail, it's not because I wanted to get a better shot at somebody welding.
You got in there.
Yeah, but Tia hasn't. Tia, Black Girl Rev Media hasn't been warned about 4 or 5 times yet, as far as I know.
To have like my grandmother's personality. My grandmother could do anything. Grandmother could steamroller.
You know what? Then I guess what's the worst can happen? I guess I get the worst that happens is I get stainless steel handcuffs.
Yeah. What's going down?
They swept the park. Yeah, they swept the park, the homeless encampment out of the park.
All right, we all go.
Careful. I am so glad I wore my hiking boots. Oh yeah, see, she went under the caution tape. Oh, she went under the caution tape twice. I'll go under one. I'm not going to again. I really do feel it was like final. Well,
I mean, there's not really police here. This is mostly park.
yeah. There's one. Maybe, hopefully, it's not the same one that gave me the final. But I'm just going to keep walking. Sorry. So what it looks like what's happening is they are cleaning up Shelter House and they're barricading it up. And we had talked about this on Wednesday, there were caches of, we had written this up in our story on Wednesday, there were caches of rocks and bricks that were set up, but again, it appears that resistance was very, very light.
We have to clean out the park. I understand that. We have to leave the park here.
Okay. I'm ducking under the tape. Yeah. Well, I'm just listening to him. He seems actually pretty chill. So, there are some. What I can tell just now, it actually appears they're boarding it up to me, and they're sealing it up. That's what it looks like to me. So, I'm gonna head this way. I'm actually thinking I may wrap up the stream here in a little bit. Person I was talking to, the reason I said congratulations is they just got engaged. And I do think I'm kind of reaching a point here where I may wrap up the stream. I did see CJ earlier. I did, and he was definitely trying to be in burritos, so.
You're on our stream pretty much the whole entire time.
Really?
Yeah, we had you in the big window of the view.
view of the park. It was me, Justin, Treyana, and Omari.
Very cool.
Yeah.
How you doing, man?
Just another day.
What's that?
Just another day.
Yeah.
Out here doing this stuff.
Yep.
Watching the over abuse of power.
That's a good way to put it. You know, I've just been bitching about, you know, they're just throwing fucking everything out.
Well, you know, yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about that, and there's actually been some people out here that have been trying to go in and get their stuff. They're just not right, you know. Some of them are, you know, they're drugged out.
Yeah,
They're sleep deprived.
Yep.
Mental issues, and like I was saying, I just said on the show, I was in there when they came in. And there were people, I literally helped 2 people get their shit out of there real fucking quick when they started coming in.
Right.
And there was another guy, I said, hey man, you know, let you know, it's on stream. I'm like, hey man, let this guy get his stuff. I was like, do you need any help? He's like, no, I think I got everything. And he's retreating, and there's other people going in. Hey man, I was gone. Like, I came back to my tent, you know, like, and you guys are in there. I just want to go in and get my stuff. And then I guess they put out a report that said, hey, you know, if your stuff's wet, we're going to throw it away.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, they said that. That's what they told. That's what they told the city. That's what they told the federal court yesterday.
But here's the thing. This is where some of these people have made a little bit of progress.
Right.
They have a little bit of documentation. They have a caseworker signed to their
right.
case. Something. Now they have to start over from scratch.
Yeah. Exactly. And it's just so freaking frustrating.
Yeah. You know, it is. It's pretty tough.
Oh, got something going on over here.
See you later.
I think I'm going to be wrapping up soon. So.
All right. A lot of people are down in the jail.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's where everybody who left here is down to, because you know how many people got arrested.
I heard. I've been keeping count, so I know 10 plus 4 plus 3, 17-ish. But all that's unofficial, right? I heard 10 unofficial. I asked for a PIO. I was able to get a terse interview. They told me no police officers injured, because I asked that question. I asked how many arrests, they didn't know. I asked, what kind of aid, where it was at, he didn't know. So.
Cool. Hang yourself. Right before Christmas.
Okay. We're talking to the folks at Converge Media. I guess we can get a little shot here. Again. You kind of see all these vehicles here that are parked on the ballpark, which, by the way, Ari, wasn't fenced off in your tweet about how they've blocked off the entire park. In the big scheme of things, now that you can kind of see, because I've walked around this park. How many flippin' steps do I have, by the way? 13,495 steps. That's in full protective gear, including my plate receiver and class 4 plates and all my camera equipment. That is a workout. Just so flippin' frustrating. All right. I had the microphone just over my hand because I'm pretty sure Jimi Hendrix Star Spangled Banner will get us DMCA'd, even though this is the news broadcast. So if things got all muffly and weird, it's because I was trying to block the sound.
Fucking destroying lives.
SPD still has 11th Avenue closed off.
I was 155. So I went back.
And I'm just,
The other doctor went in.
and again, the thing is, you can walk up to 12th. I've done this a few times. You walk up to 12th, you go 3 streets over, you come back down, you can walk right back down this way. So I don't know why this is blocked off here. Because I've done this multiple times now. You just walk up, you go 3 blocks, you come down, you can just walk right back down this way. Oops, sorry.
Can't you walk through? You're the press.
They're like no. And, well, there you go. I've been told no.
Como would be welcome. Oh yeah, that's right. Como. We got a plan.
Yeah, I heard. No, I heard.
What I want to know is
They told me. Yeah, that they.
Is that LDS? Are they owned by Latter-day Saints?
LDS. Who?
Latter-day Saints.
Yeah, I know that. Sinclair? I have no idea. I have no idea.
Because there used to be when I was 50 years ago when I was in college here, there was a lot of radio and television stations run by the Mormons. They were very conservative.
Right.
So I just wondered if that was.
Yeah, I have no idea. The parents of Sinclair, the principals, I should say. Okay. I guess we'll walk up this way, in part because Dirty Dog is playing music, and again, I just don't. It's just friggin' annoying having to do all the paperwork. It's time consuming, so I don't want to do the paperwork. If I don't have to. Well, I guess what we can do, because I guess at the end of the day, this is the center of the problem. And when I say it's the center of the problem is, all this started on June 1 on unsubstantiated, maybe sort of kind of rumors that maybe sort of kind of, maybe possibly, people wanted to burn the East Precinct building down. And this is why the Western Barricade, which was about 200 feet to my right, was originally set up on June 1st. And the impact of that one decision, and people have gone and said, well, wait a minute, provide the information on the threats, right? And have asked for it, and it's all just vagary. And here's another truck. And it's all just vagary. And we know now that a lot of the threats were actually just from the right wing trying to stir things up. Right? There was this whole thing like, oh, Antifa's coming to your town. That was on May 31. And like the whole country went into panic. And it was a friggin' Identity Europa, a quasi neo-Nazi group out of Europe that sent that tweet that just turned the country upside down. So they're probably heading into the station over here. And here we are, it's December 18th, and it's still just a friggin' flashpoint here. I really want to thank everybody who has shared, liked, followed, watch partied. Thank you for amplifying the voices. Well, one thing is for sure, the shame of the city of Seattle and the failure of the government of this city is on full display today. That is undeniable. Oh, I hope so, Juanju didn't fail. So what I'm doing is, oh my God, it's a pug! Hello! I know, he's like scary dude with the big yellow pole and a weird Teletubby looking dude. And so distracted by a pug, I hooked the tree. Well, doesn't look like I have to walk around multiple blocks. Worst thing I could be told is to walk back. Oh, those are low power lines right there. Woo! This isn't a street I normally walk down, but boy, oh boy. East Olive 11th, north side of the sidewalk, heading towards the shelter house. Not a good spot for pole cam. Noted. Oh, all right. We're gonna head over this way. Just past David Ryder, tremendous photographer. Had the pleasure of talking to him a couple of times. He's an outstanding photojournalist. So what you're seeing here is, again, The backhoes are just coming in. They're coming in with the heavy equipment and clearing the stuff. Look, you want to do something? If you live in Seattle and you care about the homeless, then you can do something. I'm going to give you something to do. If you live in Seattle and you don't care about the homeless, guess what? I'm going to give you something to do. Regardless of your politics, you should be blowing up the phone numbers, the emails, and the Twitters of your respective city councilor. If you don't know who your city councilor is, you're part of the frickin' problem. Sorry, I'm calling it for what it is. And if you don't know their name, then go figure it out. And what you need to be asking them is, the city of Seattle spends $1 billion a year on homelessness. Now, if you want to support the homeless, if they care about the homeless, then of course the question is this the best we can do with $1 billion? If you think the homeless had this coming, then you can ask, what are we spending $1 billion on? But you should just be outraged. Everyone should be outraged by this. This is just, it's outrageous. There's an S-stop dump truck that stopped just to my left. There's another one that's behind them. Just going to move so you're not hearing idling truck noises. Oh, it's funny. They said Como was down here and they're right. And actually, we even got a better view of what's going on here. So what we're seeing here is they're just coming through with heavy equipment and dumping everything out. I know that some of the cars that are still parked here that will ultimately probably get towed later on today are cars that belong to some of the people that were unhomed in here. And what happened on one of the last sweeps where they were given this short period of time, and the same thing, they just threw everything out. Among things that got thrown out were people's car keys. So they couldn't get into their cars, they couldn't move into a car even to say temporary shelter as their plan B. So what will happen is their cars will get towed, they'll go to impound, they'll have to pay for the tow, they'll have to pay for the impound, they're not gonna have the money. So they've literally, again, there's some vehicles here that I know, A, are operational, and B, I know belong to some of the unhomed. And if they didn't have their keys in their pockets, I always love when you see like there's a ton of comments on, always love it when you see that there's a ton of comments on this tweet, and then Twitter won't let you see what the comments are. So I just know that it's Judd's, and whatever you wrote was just like so vile that Twitter's like, yeah, you don't even want to see that. So the Judd's like, yeah, I told him to go fuck himself with a chainsaw, and I called him Antifa, and I can't even see it. And the other thing that's funny is there's actually about 20 of us on Malcontent News. They think they're addressing me. There's actually 4 people that work on their Twitter, and I'm actually doing less and less on the Twitter. So it just cracks me up. I really told him. I know we've been streaming for a long time, so I'm going to call it out again. If you want to show some love to our mods and our admins, go ahead and spam those hearts. Our mods and admins are paid in hearts. Hey there, Pupper. Hey there. I know, scary dude with the pole. Whenever the whole pole cam setup, dogs are like, I want to see you, human, but you have a big yellow pole and a helmet on your head. You look kind of scary. I'm not sure if you're a human. What's that thing? You have a horn? It's the camera sticking out of the top. And there you go. And you can see tents and belongings in that load. There you go. There are people's personal belongings right there. You can see it. You've seen clothes are falling down in there. You can see bedding is in there. And again, what's the argument? Well, it's soiled, it's wet, or it's dirty. Well, after you ran it over with a backhoe, of course it's friggin' soiled and dirty. You're seeing it right now. Jenny Durkin, Seattle City Council, including you, Ms. Swant. Can you answer for this? Can you explain this? For that matter, where is the Seattle City Council right now? Not even Swant can come down here and bear witness to this? Really? You're this cowardly. You can make this decision based on public safety because we have to clean the park, because we got to do this construction project. And you are witnessing people's personal belongings that have been run over by backhoes and dump trucks because we showed it happening. And they are just being dumped into dump trucks as we predicted would happen. And here is exactly how it's going down. How is this right? How is this fair? And again, if your attitude is, well, they had it coming, they deserve this. The city spends $1 billion a year on addressing homelessness. This is what $1 billion a year gets you? Look, you could be a total chud. Right? Let me put myself in chud mentality. Do you need $1 billion a friggin' year to just come in and play whack-a-mole with a back-end loader and a dump truck? I'm sure there's some chuds listening to me right now. Oh, hell, I'll do that for $1,000. We spend $1 billion a year with a B. Here's your taxpayer money right here. You're seeing it live on camera right now. Here is your tax dollars at work. They lied in federal court yesterday. There was no intention, and everybody knew it, on protecting people's belongings. Well, that's just trash. This wasn't trash yesterday. This wasn't trash this morning. It became trash after they ran it over with backhoes and dump trucks. Then it became trash. Hell, if anything, this pile of pallets that is off to the right on the right corner of the frame, you can see there's a pile of wood pallets there, and the pile of wood pallets in front of me, those wood pallets are getting more friggin' respect than the people's belongings that are going into the back of a dump truck right now. Well, it was dirty, or it was soiled, or it was wet. Some of this stuff was not dirty, damaged, or soiled until you ran it over with a fucking backhoe. Then it became dirty and soiled and wet. Well, we're just gonna throw out the wet stuff. That's what they told him in court. And even the judge yesterday was like, it's friggin' December in Seattle. What do you mean you're just gonna throw out the wet stuff? But oh no, we're gonna go through, we have a system, we're gonna document, we're gonna take pictures, people can look at the pictures online, they can go, that's my stuff, and they'll have a way to claim it. Uh-huh. Well, Seattle, I'm taking those pictures for you of people's belongings, but I don't think that they're gonna be able to claim them. Pam, I'm sorry I missed you. I just saw your comment. It isn't just SWAT. Like I see people, SWAT or people should, Parks. This isn't Parks. Parks is just doing what they were fucking told to do, like the good little soldiers that they are. This is the council. This is Seattle City Council. This is Seattle City Council, and this is the mayor. And it's all of them. It's every single one of them. Targeting SWAT doesn't do anything. That just makes you feel good. Particularly if you're a chud. It's every single councilor. Where's $1 billion a year going? I'm going to keep friggin' asking the question. Would someone from the Seattle City Council like to come on our show for happy hour? I'll even give you the questions up front. Well, we're not going to pull any punches, I'll tell you that. But you can come on to happy hour and you can explain where the $1 billion a year is going. Or if the Seattle Business Journal's $1 billion a year estimate is wrong, then you can provide us an open and visible accounting of how much money is actually spent on the problem. I don't think these are unreasonable. It's not even a demand. It's an ask. If you're a taxpayer, your brain should just be like inside out. And here's the other thing. All these unhoused people that were driven out of here, guess what? They're just going to be somewhere else in the city tonight. And then the people in that neighborhood are going to be complaining. They're going to go to Ballard, or they're going to go to Soto, or they're going to go up on Beacon Hill. I know there's growing complaints up on Beacon Hill. Or they're going to head down 3rd and Pine, because we don't address it. Or they're going to go to Pioneer Square. We just play whack-a-mole. It's just so maddening. We're getting that lull in the rain that they said we were going to get, and then we're going to get a cold front through, the wind's going to pick up, and it's going to friggin' dump. And that's the other thing, it's going to dump tonight and be windy. And there's your house going into the back of a friggin' dump truck. I think we've seen enough of this. You know, and Como has worked with us from time to time. They've asked for stuff, and there's a couple of people at Como who have been very transparent when they've asked. And there's a couple of people there who, within Como, that I really think are trying to tell the right story. But I'm going to call it as I see it. You know, Como Camera Crew was to the right of me. They were interviewing people, and then they just booked it. They're not showing this part. Now I hear some of it's on the helicopter, which is good. But to me, this is the story. But you know what the story tonight's going to be on the MSM? The story of the night is going to be the damage to the park. We're not going to talk about the damage that the heavy equipment that's rolling all through the park right now is doing. Right? We're not going to talk about that damage. We're going to talk about the damage to the park, damage to the shelter home. I'm sure we're going to see some pictures of a collection of a few knives, maybe like an axe. You know, they were cutting firewood, but it's, you know, it's good to get people to clutch their pearls. They had axes. We showed pictures, and you know, like, you don't show the whole thing. I took pictures of the caches of rocks and broken bricks. We wrote about it on Wednesday. You can go to malcontentnews.com. I know that when we did our show on Monday, I had complaint emails from people on the left and the right. Those are my favorite days. I know other people in journalism and MSM, and they've told me the same thing, that's like one of their favorite days, because then they know they did their job right. When people are unhappy on both sides, they know they did their job right. So Monday, whatever I did my job right, because I made people upset on both sides. But this should just transcend left, right, Biden, Trump. If you live in Seattle, you should be completely outraged by this. Because the story that's going to run tonight is not going to be how the city lied to the courts. The story that runs tonight is not going to be about the people that have nowhere to go. The story tonight is not going to be that there was no tent or resources set up despite the fact that the Seattle Police Department announced it over and over again. The story is not going to be any of that. What the story is going to be is, look at these fireworks, look at these broken pieces of brick, look at these few knives and maybe an axe that they were almost certainly using for chopping firewood, and look at the damage at the shelter house. That's what the story is going to be. You know it, I know it. And yeah, it makes me freaking mad. Well, that explains the question I had earlier today. And anyway, that's where we're at, and that's where it's going. I've been up since 5 in the morning. I've been streaming since 7:30. I haven't sat since about 6:30, and I haven't eaten. And if anybody's keeping score, just watched every minute of the stream, no, by golly, I have not gone to the bathroom. And at this point, I do think that things have reached a point that there isn't a whole lot more to show. So I think what I'm going to do is put in my plug for Dirty Dog. I plugged Rancho Bravo. It looks like Soju Anju didn't make it. I don't know if somebody can let us know if Soju Anju is still in business, and if they are, put something in the comments. I'll be very sad if that's not the case. Amazing Korean food. They opened on March 1st. It's just been one hit after another for them. I'm gonna have to do my plug from Dirty Dog at a distance, because he's playing Christmas music. I just don't want to get DMCA'd. All right, I think I got Dirty Dog in frame. If you come down to Capitol Hill, 11th and Pine, Dirty Dog. I always try to plug one or two businesses as part of the stream. They're great friggin' hot dogs, and it's $6. They're huge, like you think hot dog, right? Little hot dog. You're looking like $6. Nah, they're big ass delicious hot dogs. They were here the whole time. Western Barricade, June 6th, I was up in the Western Barricade. They were literally passing hot dogs. So, I would just go reach over with my debit card, and they kept me fed. I think I was up for 11 hours continuous, never left the rail. And part of the way I could do that is I could buy drinks and I got hot dogs on 2 different occasions from Dirty Dog. But anyway, if you're up here on the hill, 3 places I love: Rancho Bravo, Dirty Dog, and Soju Anju. But boy, I hope Soju Anju is still around. So anyway, that's my business plug. Last plug that I'm going to put there, if you want to support us, because we're advertise free, we're independent media. Venmo the Malcontent, Patron the Malcontent. And boy, we would love your support. If you're new to our stream, we do an in-studio show on Mondays and Thursdays. We cover local, regional, national on the show. We typically do 5 stories Show's like an hour. Mondays and Thursdays, 8 p.m. We have a guest co-host right now, Jennifer Smith, and she'll be joining us again on Monday. And we sure would appreciate it if you came back and gave some eyeballs to watch us on the show. So, but I think at this point, I just don't think that there's much of anything else that we're going to see, you know, beyond parks cleaning things up and front-end loaders throwing people's property into trash and into dump trucks. So frustrating. So frustrating. If you live in the city of Seattle, if you're from the political left, then you should be asking, this is the best we can do with $1 billion? If you're from the political right, you should be writing or calling your city Seattle council person, like right frickin' now, and going, what are we spending $1 billion a year on? That is a billion with a B. Puget Sound Business Journal did an analysis on this. You could do a 10-second Google search. Send them the link. Billion with a B. Just like that big B in the Black Lives Matter mural right there in front of me. That B. Billion. Because what's happening here is just disgusting. This is not how a superpower, the world's wealthiest nation, should be treating their citizens. And y'all should be outraged. Come on. Come on. There we go. Yeah, I have helmet hair, sweaty hair. It's been I got like 4 hours of sleep. It's been a long ass day. I've said all the piece that I can say. Again, please think about putting a little in the tip jar in Venmo. I mean, like seriously, $3, $5, it adds up. It goes a long way. It helps us keep the lights on, metaphorically speaking. Let your city councilors and your frickin' mayor know that you are not happy about what happened here today. Or if you are happy about what happened here today, first of all, what the hell's wrong with you? But if that is your view, then you should be letting your mayor or the city council know, what are they spending $1 billion frickin' dollars a year on? Because it doesn't cost $1 billion to bring in some dump trucks and some back end loaders and to treat our own home community as if they're literally trash, because they're not. They're human beings. They have mothers. They have fathers. They had hopes and aspirations and dreams. Anyway, think about it. Because a lot of you watching me right now, even those, oh, you had it coming, you're probably only about 30 to 60 days away, whether you like to believe it or not, from being in the situation they're in right now.